call the police and shit. Show you how much they care about the black community. Yep, show you how much they care about the black community though. These black Democrat boule Negroes calling the police on black people and shit. That's why you wonder why black people ain't support the Democratic Party. Yep.
This is freedom of speech. This is a non-violent act. This is an exercise of the movement. Fuck Tom Steyer.
Fuck Tom Steyer. Fuck Tom Steyer. Fuck Tom Steyer. Fuck Tom Steyer. Fuck Tom Steyer. Fuck Tom Steyer. Fuck Tom Steyer. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, fuck Tom Steyer. Fuck Tom Steyer. Fuck Tom Steyer.
Fuck white fuck.
Look at the blue-eyed devil.
Fuck white fuck.
Got the merchants. These motherfuckers
Fuck
got
white
the
fuck.
merchants over here.
Fuck white fuck.
White boys just
Fuck white fuck.
Yep.
Fuck white
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck white fuck. Fuck white fuck. Fuck white fuck. Fuck white fuck. You can exercise freedom of speech and they fuck white fuck. I'm gonna let y'all know. They got no Armenia.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
This real actor, but y'all gonna give it away, huh?
Exactly.
Y'all gonna give it away. Stop black people, tell them, man. I
Yup.
hate these new black. Tell them, black man. Where my niggas at?
Oh,
Tell
they-
them, black man. Niggas, where the niggas at? These new black men, all y'all put perms in your head. Y'all so relaxed. What happened to that nappy here? Hey, pedigree, no. Pedigree, no black cops. Where the black cops at? Where the black cops?
You just, I said they say black cops. You say your kids are racist. What does that have to do with being black? I just asked why they don't have no black cops. So you having kids that have nothing to do with it.
But they're dressed in black. There's no black
I
cops.
don't know why.
Why not target the African American community? Why not say then, this is for you? This is for African Americans. If there was a banking crisis, then you target money for the banks. If there was a national disaster, you target your money for the national for disaster relief.
That's not how America works.
We want to give those young people and young Native Americans like them the support they deserve. We have to invest in them and believe in them and love them.
Why not target the African American community? Why not say then, this is for you? This is for African Americans.
That's not how America works.
President Barack Obama has begun new initiatives aimed at helping young American Indians or Native Americans overcome the many challenges they face, from poverty to substance abuse.
Why not target the African American community? Why not say then, this is for you? This is for African Americans.
That's not how America works.
And few have been more marginalized and ignored by Washington for as long as Native Americans, our first Americans.
Why not target the African American community? Why not say then, this is for you? This is for African Americans.
That's not how America works.
Your dear friend, my dear friend.
People? No. I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people.
No. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing right now in the numbers is President Trump and the Republican Party are chipping away at the long-term advantage that Democrats have had with Black voters, with African Americans. You can see it right here. Look, Trump's approval among African Americans at this point in term one, he was at 12%. You know, he's been losing ground with a lot of people. He's gaining ground with African Americans. He's up to 16% at this point. And you say, this isn't that big of a shift. But I will tell you, Republicans absolutely love this shift that's going on because Democrats have had such a long-term advantage. The fact that he's actually gaining ground versus where he was in term number one, this has major implications for elections down the line because Democrats, especially in a lot of these tight races, you talk about places like Georgia, right down in the South, you see this type of movement for Trump actually gaining ground. This could have major ramifications and help put Republicans over the top in a number of southern places in the midterm elections.
But do you see this as part of a bigger trend?
I see this as absolutely part of a bigger trend. Donald Trump's Republican Party is absolutely gaining ground, not just him gaining in terms of his approval rating, but look at the party ID margin, Kate, because this to me was absolutely stunning. Look at this party ID margin among African Americans. At this point in Trump term number one, Democrats had a 63-point advantage. That is absolutely fallen. Look at where it is now. A double-digit shift away. Democrats, of course, still have the advantage, but it's a 12-point shift to the Republican Party. And I look back through Gallup's records. They sent me their records. And this, in fact, lead that Democrats have is actually smaller than any lead from 2006 to 2021. So Democrats are leading. But again, we're talking about chipping away. Republicans are chipping away at this long-term advantage that Democrats have had among African Americans. We see it in terms of Trump's approval rating, and we even see it to a wider degree among the party ID margin, where all of a sudden there are a number of African Americans who are walking away from the Democratic Party and a number of them who are walking into the Republican tent.
That is very interesting.
We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years, approximately 86 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the number 2 population for 400 years. You're going to get kicked out of being number 2. You're going to go down and become number 4. Now, common sense, even a third grade education would tell you, if you didn't get anything when you were number 2, you all jumped ahead of me, but anyway, you can guess what you're going to get when you become number 4.
President Biden, do you support reparations?
Well, I mean, since I haven't spoken on this, got a chance. Number one, the reason we're the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the devil. We have 24 out of every 100 children in our school today is Hispanic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity for them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. And this is what we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington, in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
We are owed $104 trillion on the very low end, plus $735 billion recurring. This number does not include the cost of about 50 Black Wall Streets that were decimated, nor compound interest from 2017 when Sean D. Rochester's book, The Black Tax, was published, nor the cost of Black life, nor the cost of living increases, nor the war on drugs, nor the current day pandemic. The number I'm working with is for slavery, Jim Crow, and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives.
Good evening on the West Coast. Good evening in the mountain. Good evening in the central. Good evening on the East Coast. You know exactly who it is, family. Angela Nirvana, your hostess with the mostest on the reparationist perspective, bringing you those Black American Negro freedmen hot topics and making the case for reparations, y'all. Making the case for delineation, y'all. Making the case for weaponizing our votes, socializing our suffering, family. How y'all doing? I know it's a little late. I'm meant to be here at 8 p.m. this evening, but motherhood calls. You know how it goes. You gotta feed the little ones. What's up, Brewski? I see you, family. I era early in the live. Immigration of any kind does not benefit Black people. Dr. Claude Anderson. I see you, Night Rider 2084. Thank you so very much for joining the live at this godforsaken hour. But you know, mother duty calls, y'all. I tried to get to y'all a couple of weeks ago, but I had such a major... It could have been far more tragic than it was. I literally had, the night I was supposed to come live to y'all, I had to catch a red eye to get to my child 3,000 miles away. She had gotten into a major car crash that she and three of her friends came through like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And I am eternally grateful to the Most High. I want you guys to always pray the prayer of protection over your children, over your loved ones, your friends, family. My prayer at the top of the day is thank you, Father, Mother, Spirit Divine. May your angels take charge over me and my child's life today. None of our caregivers, none of our friends, family, loved ones, and acquaintances, and that of the world. And may your hand of favor and your traveling mercies forever be upon us. I pray that every day. And when a car decided to cut my child off on the freeway and she hit a median and that car flipped to the opposite side of traffic and landed on its wheels after crashing into a wall, when the two young ladies in the rear seat did not have their belts on, they could have been ejected from that car, y'all. They came out like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I knew then, and Jimmy on the spot, that there is a God that rested in you on the seventh day and named you the best of all creation. Never forget it. The angels, the ancestors, were surrounding her and those three girls. They came out with just mild concussions and a few scratches and a little soreness. So yeah, I meant to come to you before Mother's Day, but the week prior, I had to literally get on a plane and go and see about my child. So I'm sure y'all forgive me and understand. She's home now, safe and sound. I had to pack up her apartment at her college and get her back home. But tonight she wanted to go support her friend's graduation party, and I had church, and then she was hungry when we got home. So I had to push the broadcast an hour, y'all, and I just love y'all so much for rolling with your sister and understanding what it is as a parent that loves her child immensely, as I love all y'all. I love y'all. Negro Freedmen Strong. Okay, let's stop this music and get on. Let's get into it if we're going to get into it, y'all, because I got a lot to share as always. If you can't finish it tonight. You know, it's always tomorrow, child. It ain't going nowhere unless it gets struck. There was a lot of language. Hold on, y'all. There was a lot of language at the top because what I was sharing with you was a recent video I saw on X with our brothers and sisters down here in LA doing what Melrose and Black Alpha, disrupting the Demonrats wherever they appear. That's where you shall find Negroes, you know, just losing their entire minds. Neglect. The neglect is very intentional. And that's what you bore witness to at the top of the broadcast. We've got Tom Steyer, who once ran for president. I want to say that was in 2016. You know, he got on the reparations train after Marion Williamson got the train going and couldn't make any traction. So he thought he'd pick that up. And I recently came to learn, I'm going to share with you this article about how he's struggling because he wants to become governor. Let me share my screen with you all. Just give me a second. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, and turn on your notifications. But I want to share this with you all, and let's go through it and chew the elephant one bite at a time, because this Mickey Ficky made $90 million investing in private prisons. Yeah. You see, this is why I say when Demonrats be for a thing, we must be abjectly opposed. They're such liars. Here he is grifting off reparations in 2016 to get us to rally behind him. And before we became a force of nature and to be reckoned with in the social media spaces, because as I always teach you all, the revolution is being social mediaized. We didn't do the research on this Mickey Ficky, and we're just excited that here he is, a billionaire or close to it, and he's about that reparations life. He was a liar. And so what you saw at the top of the broadcast was our brothers and sisters down there screaming against the Demonrats. And what did they do at a place where he was appearing? Called the race soldiers, the Latina race soldiers on the brothers and sisters. And when they were asking, where in the puck are the black race soldiers? The one Latina sister was sitting, I ain't no sister, the one Latina girl was talking about how her kids were biracial. And the sister said, that's not what we're asking. You see, these people get it very twisted. They love to weaponize our never-ending Holocaust for their comeuppance. There wasn't nothing but a sea of white Latinas when they called the cops on them brothers and sisters for screaming, F Tom Steyer. I think they got his name wrong. You know, he's Steyer, not Snyder, but they don't know. They just down there doing what we supposed to do. Abjectly opposing anything Demonrat. That's what we are supposed to be doing. And I applaud them, brothers and sisters, even if they got the name wrong. I'm not interested in the name. I'm interested in the mission. Which is why I'm here with y'all at this ungodly hour, trying to push through, because y'all know how long we go. But if you can't last, I understand. You get your rest. I got a work week coming. But I couldn't belabor it anymore. You understand? You understand. Okay? Because midterms, we got early voting down here. Okay, midterms, you know, are on the horizon here. And we got a lot of work to do because, as I showed you in the CNN clip at the top of the broadcast, my protest voter strategy is getting traction. Yeah, because all of us, it's not just me, it's Black Alpha, it's the Water God, it's the righteous, what is the righteous perspective, I think? It's a bunch of us giving the Demonrats the blues. That's why I said we got Dems on the ropes. Now let's finish Dems. That's the little little placard that you see here. Let me see if I can show it to you. Yeah, that's me. And there's the demon rat up against the ropes, exhausted from our constantly coming live to show you the puckery, to show you the intentional neglect. Yes, put in my weaponized ballot Saturday. Yes, Root Trackers, I see you, family. I'll be over it momentarily after I get through all I got to share what my co-hosts have to say about it. But yeah, that's why you see that like that, because we got them on the ropes, y'all. But anyway, I digress. I was sharing about Steyer, how they done called these cops on the brothers and sisters demanding the Demonrats, whom we've been way too loyal to do something for the Negro. And as you saw with Barack Obama, he pivots every time and talks about what he ain't gonna do and can't do, along with Skamala, who got it from Obama, how to intentionally neglect the Negro. Because their goal, the Demonrats' goal since the formation of the KKK, was to ethnically cleanse us since the 65 Immigration Act on the heels of civil rights. So let's talk about Tom Steyer, because they were right to be down there screaming. They were right. Let me show you my screen. Stand by. We're going to chew the elephant one bite at a time like we always do, y'all. Just a second. I want to go through this article with y'all. I don't know that I'll get through the whole thing, but y'all know it's a family affair. So now the Mickey Ficky is not running for president. He wants to be governor. Tom Steyer's hedge fund past complicates his run as California's anti-billionaire billionaire. Let's go. Let me make sure y'all can see my screen. Well, that's a little hard to see, ain't it? Well, I'm going to be scrolling through it. Hopefully the background is not that much of a distraction. Y'all can listen, okay? Y'all don't have to read along. Oh, sorry, lovies. Let's get back to it. So yeah, anti-billionaire billionaire. This is what I'm talking about. These demon rats will talk against the billionaire class, all the while being a billionaire. Okay? So Steyer has spent more than $100 billion of his own money on his bid for governor. This is what the brothers and sisters were screaming about. Philanthropist, they call him. Philanthropist, y'all. Tom Steyer has cast himself as the progressive billionaire who vows to take on corporate power as he vies to be the next governor of California. But past investments by his former hedge fund have complicated his path to the state's highest office. A Bay Area news group analysis found that San Francisco-based Farallon Capital, which Steyer founded in 1986, invested hundreds of millions of dollars in two industries he now condemns, y'all. Well, looky, look. Fossil fuels and private prisons. We're about 3% of the population down here. But I've lost count of the percentage of us that are incarcerated down here. I've lost count of the number of Negroes that are homeless down here. I've lost count of the number of Negroes that have been foreclosed on, that have been legislated out of the state, that suffer the highest rates of homelessness, unemployment, and underemployment, y'all. But his top two industries he now condemns are fossil fuels and private prisons because he's already made his bag. As he surged in the polls, his opponents have attacked those investments in a barrage of campaign ads and during televised debates. forcing Steyer to continue to answer for how the hedge fund invested its money under his leadership. Oh, y'all, the chickens are coming home to roost. He hasn't held public office before, so the thing to criticize him on is his investments and his business interest over the years, Melinda Jackson, a political science professor at San Jose State University, said. You can't point to particular policy decisions he's made, and if you want to critique him, that's where you're going to go. It's not the first time that Steyer has had to answer for how he accumulated his wealth, which Forbes estimates to be $2.4 billion, y'all. It became a key talking point for his adversaries when he launched a short-lived campaign for president in 2020. Oh, I stand corrected. It was 2020, y'all. And has continued to be political fodder for his opponents amid a growing backlash against plutocrats. See, this is what my protest voter strategy is all about. This is where CNN gets it wrong. They think our numbers are rising in support for Trump, when our numbers are in fact rising for two reasons: deportation, closed borders, and protest vote against the Demonrats for their intentional neglect of the Negro freedmen, for weaponizing our never-ending Holocaust against us to give these tethers an uplift. Weaponizing our never-ending Holocaust, our reparations, our taxes, and our Social Security to ethnically cleanse us. It's got nothing to do with Trump. Trump just happens to be leading those charges. That's it. But we don't support the Repugnant Klan Party no more than we support the Demonrat Party. I am an independent. We all should be. So CNN gets it wrong. We don't support the Repugnant Klan Party. We're looking to do to the Demonrats what they advised y'all to do in 2020 against Trump. That's my mission till times get better for the Negro freedmen. That's my square. Anyway, back to the text, y'all. The criticism has been further fueled by the large sums of money that Steyer has pumped into his bid to lead the world's fourth largest economy, having poured $174 million into his self-funded campaign as of May 11. Since leaving Farallon in 2012, Steyer has pivoted to philanthropy and climate activism, using his vast wealth on private prisons, y'all, to bankroll democratic causes and touting his own brand of economic populism, in which he refers to himself as a class traitor. How cute. Don't you just love the nicknames, y'all? And ask for the government to tax me more. He told the Bay Area News Group that the past investments in fossil fuels and private prisons clearly didn't align with my values after he made $90 million on that hedge fund with the private prison investment alone, and helped shape his decision to step away from the business world and focus on a life of service. Aww. Our system is tilted toward the ultra-rich and powerful, says the $2.4 billion rich and powerful Steyer. And it's not working for the vast majority of working Californians, which is Little Mexico, formerly known as California. Steyer said in response to written questions, but what matters is what I'm fighting for. Making sure Californians can afford housing, health care, which, oh, by the way, they give free to illegals, not to Negroes, and a decent life. I'm focused on changing a system that's benefiting the wealthy special interest, including me, while leaving working families behind. Well, isn't he the best spokesperson you ever did read about? 2.4 billion, 90 million made off the private prisons, but he's changed his life, y'all. He's not giving his 2.4 billion in the form of the reparations he pretended to be about that life back in 2020. He's not cutting checks. He's here for the political theater, to keep Negroes sheepwalking to the polls, to vote for their own ethnic cleansing. Yeah. So what do Farallon's investments show while Steyer was at the helm? While the hedge fund's investments fluctuated over time, the Bay Area News Group analysis found that at the end of 2012, the year of Steyer's departure, Farallon reported holding more than $421 million in fossil fuel companies, including oil and gas giant BP and pipeline operator Kinder Morgan. The holdings accounted for roughly 10% of the hedge fund's reported stock portfolio. The analysis of federal financial disclosures, including companies involved in petroleum exploration, production, and pipeline transmission, but excluded energy utilities and firms indirectly related to the fossil fuel industry. In 2004 and 2005, Farallon also invested tens of millions of dollars in Corrections Corps of America, a private prison operator with dozens of correctional facilities and immigration detention centers nationwide. Farallon's reported holdings in the company, since renamed Core Civic, peaked at $89 million in the middle of 2005 before the hedge fund pulled its investments following pressure from students at Yale University, which Negroes built. Steyer's alma mater, over concerns about the treatment not of the Negro enslaved in the private prisons, but of the detainees at the immigration detention centers nationwide. The very Yale that our ancestors built. Steyer's alma mater forced them to pull their investments over the detainees. Farallon didn't respond to a request to review the analysis, but even after Steyer stepped down from Farallon, he reported holding millions in personal investments with the hedge fund, according to tax disclosures made public as part of his bid for governor, even as Farallon continues to invest in fossil fuel companies. The Steyer campaign told the New York Times that while Steyer recently had $34.7 million invested with Farallon, he has instructed the hedge fund to screen out fossil fuel holdings from his portfolio. But Steyer's defense hasn't stopped his opponents from using it as an attack ad, in attack ads, or on the debate stage. Candidates like former Orange County Rep. Katie Porter and San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan, both Demonrats, have accused the billionaire of trying to buy his way into the governorship. But Steyer has defended his spending, saying on a recent episode of Pod Save America that while money in politics is completely out of control, it's also the way the system currently works. And this
is what's so very telling about the way he'll work as governor. Nothing will change. Nothing will change for the Negro, which is why I am stressing a protest vote against the Demonrats all throughout the country. I'm just using these little examples in the live tonight. But this is why we must continue to finish these Demonrats until times get better for Negro. You have to understand, and understand that they have declared war. And the way we return the missile is with the protest vote, not the sofa. Let them know that we did it. Show up and let it be known that we decimated them at the polls, come the midterm and the next general and the next midterm and the next general, and so on and so forth. And please don't get up in my feed asking why we don't hold the repugnant clans to task. If you got to ask that question, you've already got the answer. So please don't stress me out with the nonsense in the thread, okay? Stay on topic. In response to a recent debate question about how candidates would get more housing built to make it more affordable, Thang quipped about his rival that the only housing Tom Steyer has built has been private prisons and ICE detention centers. Despite his investment, Steyer's candidacy has drawn support from progressive Demonrats like State Assembly member Alex Lee, Demonrat Milpitas, and groups like Our Revolution, an organization founded by co-chairs of Senator Bernie Sanders' 2016 presidential campaign, which advocates for progressive candidates and ideas. Ain't nothing progressive about a 2.4 billionaire. Ain't nothing progressive about the Demonratic Party. They just need for you to show up to vote against your own interests as per usual. But at the same time, he said Steyer has run a policy-forward campaign offering a progressive vision for California, such as single-payer government-run health care and raising property taxes on corporations. Until you put them into office. And even before you put them into office, who's getting free health care? We're still expected to pay, but the illegals here are getting free health care. Something we've been fighting for since forever. They're kicking our people out of Section 8 onto the streets. They're evicting our people. They're foreclosing on our people and giving it all away. All the things that our ancestors fought and died for us to use to get some leverage in this company, in this country with 3Ks, they have literally taken it from us and is giving it to them. I got a parishioner, and I've shared this with y'all before, who recently told me that she was getting, I want to say, $24 per month in food stamps. She makes, I want to say, $2,400 a month on Social Security. And when she went, because she lost her home, of course, they were trying to come forward and actually succeeded. This was a home in a mobile home park that her mother bequeathed her. But what these Mickey Fickies do down here, you can no longer buy the land. And so you might have a beautiful, lovely mobile home unit on their land. And what they do is keep going up and up and up and up on the land. The monthly fees for the land that your mobile park, your mobile home sits on in the mobile park, I think it is now $2,300. She literally had to take on roommates. And I mean that were crazy as batshit, okay? Just in order to try to make it until she couldn't hold on anymore.
the owner of the property took her to court because she got behind. Naturally, if all she's earning is $2,400 a month on Social Security, she gonna get behind. She gotta live. And so they kicked her out, right? And she eventually sold it so that he couldn't get his grubby little paws on it, redevelop it, and sell it for $1 million. So the person she sold it to, you know, she had to sell it for pennies on the dollar. She didn't get what it was worth because it was either fight this in a court system where immigrants rule and dominate and just want to know from the Negro, how fast can you move out? That's all they're interested in. How fast can you leave? Because we're not giving you any grace. We don't give zero damns. We give zero damns that your mama bequeathed that home to you. You're on the land and you can't afford it. So she moves into a bedroom that's a third of the size of her home. 2-bedroom, that's a third of the size of her home. She walks on a cane and has to walk up the steps to her unit because the immigrant, I think she's Filipino, that owns the property refused to give her the ground floor. You're talking about a senior that's 84 years old and can't come out the house when it rains because she's too afraid to fall down those steps as she should be. You're talking about an 84-year-old petite, frail woman who has to take in a Mexican that doesn't even give her fair rent just to scratch and survive. Now, when she went back to the welfare office to try to get more money for food stamps, she was told by another immigrant that she had to write in that she collected 50 cans that day. Do you know what they increased her food stamps to? $74. Do you know what the Mexican earns in food stamps, who has a job that he goes to and pays her a mere pittance towards the rent? He gets $200 per month. Let that sink in. And this is my parishioner's story isn't isolated, y'all. This is happening to the Negro with the Negro vote all throughout the country. And y'all sitting up here thinking you've got the luxury to vote the couch. While you're voting the couch, the immigrants are taking over everything and forcing our people out with the help of our government. This is an economic genocide happening to Negro freedmen real time. Let's move on. I got way too much to share to keep on with this nonsense, but you get the idea. Okay? I'm done with that. You see our people down here screaming and hollering at every city council meeting, right? They're screaming and hollering wherever the Demonrats are showing up. They're on Skamala's head. They're on Sharpton's head. They are everywhere because this is the soil. And it's the soil that has to turn up and turn out against the Demonrats. I don't know how the Demonrats will manage to get our reparations directly deposited to our accounts before we cast a vote, but those are my conditions. They should not get power until they give a lofty down payment directly deposited, or take the cash to the folks that are living on the streets. I give zero damns. I'm not invested in the how.
because they always manage to find it for wars and for our erasure and replacement with immigrants and illegals. They're never miffed with how to do that. So it's not my monkey nor my circus, but I do know that my protest voter strategy is until such a time occurs. We are at war, and let me help you understand, overstand, and understand that war is not comfortable. War is not comfortable. And I'll be damned if we perish because of the party y'all been most loyal to. Not on my watch. Let's continue. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. Where am I going to go next? Stand by, y'all. I got so much to share. So Wood says, all the bootlicks are crying about the Supreme Court gutting voting rights, LMAO, when politicians ignore our demands for reparations but prioritize immigrants. These are the consequences. Don't cry now. Let's go, y'all.
Constitution, the court's constraint. Calm here, Nicole.
Why?
Because I'm really upset.
That's okay.
You get tired of people playing fast and loose with your dead.
Mm-hmm.
And it was triggered by Obama. You know how many dead people are in the bottom of rivers in Mississippi because they tried to vote?
Mm-hmm.
How many dead folk, right? Folk who have wounds because of this. And here we are in this moment in the country's history, and we have to deal with this again. You see what I mean? So you think about
fake motherfucking outrage. These Demonrats had 16 of 20 years in office to protect the VRA. This has nothing to do with our ability to vote, y'all. But all these crash test dummies is sitting up here speaking to those of us who lack political education, trying to convince you that what has happened with redistricting somehow means you cannot vote. No, what it means is that the Demonrats actually have to make it worth your while to cast a vote for them now, because when they cut up these districts, it won't be predominantly black to give them the White House, to give them public office. What this has done is force their hand to do something for you, because as it stands, why do we give a damn if not another black tether gets into the CBC that ain't done nothing for the Negro? Why do we care that they lose millions of dollars because of the way their districts are now cut up? Isn't this what they've in fact earned? To be on the unemployment lines? Why would we go out here and crash out over the redistricting when all they do is make it illegal to even show your ID in the blue states, at least out here? They gerrymander our vote whenever they allow illegals and immigrants who don't have citizenship to vote in our elections. But we're supposed to get into a lather over
the redrawing of the maps. They gerrymander our votes whenever we try to get someone that we believe is more aligned with our interests, and they come through and steal the primaries right out from under the people we're trying to put into office. They gerrymander our votes when they allow their pockets to be lined by AIPAC. Because you work for the person who's invested in you. You work for the Jews. You don't work for the Negro. They gerrymander our vote every time they overpromise and underdeliver. Every election cycle. But they want us to get into a lather and crash out over the repugnant clans doing the same damn thing. I guess it boils down to you deciding what color your racist is going to be. Are they going to be melanated immigrant Crayolas with 3 Ks? Or are they going to be white? But neither give a damn about the Negro. You just had Chuck the Butthead go out here and literally attempt to take the life of a Negro. Have you seen the CBC say a hot damn thing about it? Have you seen Barack Obama, Eddie Glaude, all these people, D.L. Hughley, all these shills and bootlicks? Have you seen anything about that? Any demands for an anti-Black hate crime bill akin to what the Asians have, who only suffer 1% of the hate crimes compared to our 90% of the hate crimes in this country? Have you seen the CBC, who tells you we don't just represent Black people, we represent everybody while not representing the Negro? Have you heard hide nor hair from them? Have you seen the Demonrats crashing out? Oh, they'll demand to defund ICE, but when we demand to defund the police who are still murdering us with qualified immunity, have you seen or heard hide from hair of them? Let's continue. When the ancestors want to cook, I'll be pausing. Buckle up, buttercups.
The glorious revolution, our glorious revolution that produced the Constitution, the courts restrained it, limited. Dred Scott doesn't extend to us. You think about the Civil War, left 600,000 plus dead. Get the Reconstruction Amendments. We finally look like we're going to try to become a democracy. What do we get? The courts. Slaughterhouse cases. Reduces it. Rolls it back. And now here we are. We've only been a democracy since 1965. Barely then. 15 years later, Reagan is elected, Mobile decision happens, right? Roberts begins his career right there. And so here we are. It's exhausting. And so, yes, we have to get together. Yes, we have to mobilize. Yes, we have to organize. But these people play fast and loose with our dead. They play fast and loose with our sacrifices. They think they own freedom. They can give it to us and take it away whenever they want. And they think we're just supposed to sit here and take this, right? So first of all, I'm just going to express my rage at this decision. And then the second thing we need to do, of course, is to get about the hard work of trying to salvage this democracy as we've done since the moment we've been on these shores.
I just detest these people. I really do. Fake outrage. They had plenty of time to stack the courts. They had plenty of time to do something real, like reparations, like anti-Black hate crime bill, like ending qualified immunity. And as soon as the Republicans get into power, it's their fault that they didn't do ish for the 16 to 20 years they had power. Let's keep going, y'all. Nick Cruz says, hold on, y'all. The civil rights movement was left undone after our Black leaders were murdered. Meanwhile, liberals wanted us to feel good about some ducking voting rights. MLK was advocating for class war and ending imperialism. He was just getting started. Meanwhile, Black liberals are just content with voting rights. Black boomers sold us out by abandoning the movement and embracing neoliberalism, which tanked Black wealth and led to record racial income inequality. Go duck yourself advocating for voting rights. That ish don't mean anything. Let's continue seeing how the rest of our brothers and sisters are weighing in on this. Let me see here. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications, y'all. Thank you in advance. So, I'm just going to be jumping around, y'all, till we can close all this stuff out. This is what they're doing with our Juneteenth, y'all. Let me see if I can make it larger. Shout out to Tyreek. Studio One Creative Design presents Juneteenth Taste of Pan-African Gala featuring Chef Abassi or Curry Up Pan-African Soul. Not one seafood here. They've got jollof rice, okra soup, egusi soup, pounded yam, or fufu. $50 tickets, y'all. Now, Juneteenth is around the corner, and we know the Demonrats gave us Juneteenth, which we were already celebrating, and what they did to mitigate the impact of our fighting and winning our emancipation, they threw in LGBTQIAXYZ month. That's how disrespectful they are, and that's another part of why I brought this to fore, because I need to just continue to show y'all the disrespect of these ingrates. The disrespect of these ingrates. To give Juneteenth and then to throw LGBTQIA month in the same month, y'all. This is what they've allowed to be done to all of our ancestors' gains, whether it be civil rights, affirmative action. They allow those things to be obfuscated by white women, LGBTQ white men, and immigrants. Our Juneteenth month is no different. And so what I'm calling for, in addition to a protest vote, is to boycott all of these foreigners' businesses. We need to starve them out of existence in the U.S. If you want some egusi soup, cook it at home. Any of these Mickey Ficky groups that occupy our neighborhoods, that live in the burbs with white folks off of our hard-earned money. They could not continue to disrespect Juneteenth if we didn't show up and patronize it. So stop patronizing it and then belly aching to me that every year is still the same panties taking over our Juneteenth. Stop attending. Withdraw all support from their businesses for this blatant disrespect of our ancestors' heinous chattel slave labor. If it's got to go longer than the Montgomery bus boycott, then so be it. But this does not stop until the Negro shuts it down. The disrespect will continue. Close that out. I'm just going to go chew the elephant one bite at a time. So I want to share this with y'all because I am over the Demonrats yet again, weaponizing our never-ending Holocaust to fake outrage only to guarantee the votes for immigrants and illegals. That's what they're doing. All roads lead to the South, Montgomery, Alabama. It's time for the North to pull up to the South, says AOC. Alabama redistricting protests break down. Over 5,000 people at the main Montgomery rally. 109 buses brought in 4,000 to 6,000 activists nationwide. The generous estimate, roughly 15 to 20% were local Alabamians. 80%, y'all, were out-of-staters. Most white Alabamians support the Republican map. Black voters, 27% of the state, strongly back a second majority Black district. Black turnout lagged 13 points behind white turnout in 2024. National groups bust in most of the crowd because local support alone couldn't fill the Capitol steps, y'all.
And you all
listen to this tether behind a bulletproof glass, y'all. Let me blow it up. Make sure y'all can see it. Okay. Let's go.
To make sure that we all understand that Montgomery is not alone. That you all are not alone. And for all of those watching today, when they ask, what do we do in this moment? I feel helpless. What action can I take? It is time for the North to pull up to the South. It is time for New York to pull up to Alabama.
And this is why they gave zero damns about the Voting Rights Act, because it impacts the southern states the most. Their seats are secure in the democratically ran cities and states because their mission is practically accomplished when it comes to neutralizing the Negro vote with immigrants and illegals.
It's time for all of us to come to Georgia, to Louisiana, to Tennessee, to Mississippi, and let them know exactly what they have uncorked with this injustice. They think they can draw us out of power. They do not know the sleeping giant that they just awakened.
Let's continue. I hope y'all as fed up as me. I am fed up. I am fed up. Noble Elroy, A Nation Pays Its Debt, says, it's horrible that they march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge a second time, y'all, every year, yet the economic and social conditions of the people living in Selma hasn't changed
one bit. They never show you the blighted infrastructure and crumbling buildings on both sides of that bridge. They just did it again, y'all. It's in here. Here. Major breaking. They are marching across the Edmund Pettus Bridge again, 61 years after Bloody Sunday. The same bridge, the same fight. Today in Selma, thousands are gathering at the spot where Alabama state troopers beat peaceful black marchers in March 1965. That beating shocked the country into passing the VRA 5 months later. This week, the Supreme Court finished gutting it with no resistance from the Demonrats all these years. Let's keep going, y'all. We got a lot to go over. What is this? Okay, I'm not sure what that is up for, so let me take that down. Keep going. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal says she has helped to train over 30,000 resistors through her organization, Resistance Lab. Now, how does a sitting congresswoman actively run an organization that trains people to resist the very government she works for? To resist the very government that we vote for?
Yes.
Hold on one second. I'm going to back this up. This is what happens when you vote the couch. These are the people that take control.
The reality is that consumers across the country said, no, we're not going to tolerate that. So we are building to those moments. And right now, there are a lot of attacks on our democracy. I mean, the Republicans just passed a budget resolution that puts another $70 billion into ICE and CBP. And that is just wrong. That's on top of the $170 billion that they put in with their big bad betrayal bill last year.
Excuse me, did we not vote for deportation, closed borders? This is what I'm talking about. These are the very tethers that are working against the interest of the Negro.
Which is why
and she's fighting for reparations for the tethers, the illegals.
The movement, Democrats in the House, Democrats in the Senate, and all of us on the outside said not a dime more for ICE and CBP without
not to defund the police that continue to kill and murder us with unarmed black men, women, and children with qualified immunity. But defund the very ICE that is getting this out of our country. These same murderers and criminals that they let revolve out of the very private prisons they set up for our children and our men and women. They're not fighting for that.
Because those agencies don't even need to exist. They need to be completely dismantled.
Yes.
And
Yes.
we're successful with that, right? We just funded all of DHS except for ICE and CBP.
Right. That's right.
Would not have happened without this movement. So today, as we march, let's just count all the ways in our head as we go through, all the ways that we have power. We have power individually, with the decisions we make, with the places we go, with the shops that we frequent, but we also have power as human beings with our network.
They've got power.
not the Negro freedmen. They've got power and the help and financial support with our reparations, taxes, and Social Security to become more American than the Negro freedmen whose ancestors built this country with their very lives. These are the people that are actually benefiting. Thanks to the Negro vote for the Demonrats.
To bring more people in, to train more people in what it looks like to have effective nonviolent resistance. And that's why I do Resistance Lab. We have our next session Sunday at 11 o'clock. Please sign up, resistancelab.us. We've trained 30,000 people across the country. This is what it's going to take. Ongoing, dedicated, organizing work that lifts other people up, brings new people in, and that says, when the people fight, we win. When the people fight, we win. And we, the people, are the most powerful institution of any, because that's what we are. So thank you all so much for being here. Se puede.
Sí se puede. Sí se puede.
Thank you so very much, Congressman Jayapal, for all of your work, all of your organizing.
I hope to convert some of y'all off the couch before the program is over tonight. I really need some converts. This is utterly ridiculous. So, Arthur Watkins Jr. says, does this look like representation for the freedmen? Let's get into it. Hold on, y'all. Just in, Democratic Socialist Nithya Raman, dubbed the next Mamdani, is now projected to win the LA mayoral election. 60% chance she leads the City of Angels. Well, I pray not. I pray that Spencer Pratt, ex-reality star, who lost his home in the Palisades, that Karen Bass was over in Ghana turning up when she knew this fire was on the precipice, because what they really want to do is make that area a smart city to house immigrants. So hopefully we'll get to some of his footage tonight. I don't know. I may have to come back on another part, but this is the kind of nonsense that happens. So Karen Bass is in that mayoral race along with this chick. And now they're saying, what date is this? April 30th was the date. Well, I think Spencer is really gaining. He's running as an independent. And he's beating the brakes off of Bass and this Indian chick. But this is what we cannot allow to happen, y'all. We have to both run for office and we have to vote against the Demonrats, because this is what they're doing to us. Putting these tethers in place to deny us reparations, to deny us housing. You see, where me and the repugnant clans part ways is they expect us to pull ourselves up by our bootless straps. No. While they and their big corporate money is subsidized by the very public benefits that we are denied and yet need the most. Because when you put enough tethers in charge of the hiring table, that is where you economically genocide the Negro. And then you want to treat them like they're shiftless, lazy, no good, and no count after denying them employment, after insisting that they speak Spanish in an English-speaking country that their very ancestors, our very ancestors, built with their very lives. While you don't see Demonrats fighting the discrimination and all of that.
So we end up needing it the most because they hire their own. They're allowed to exercise and practice nepotism while we're told no. They get into these positions and then they sit up here and make up stories about the Negro being shiftless and lazy when we built all this ish prior to them landing on us, prior to our government encouraging them with open borders to come in here, water down the wages, and make it difficult for our men to get work, which makes it difficult for them to marry and have babies. Forcing an LGBTQIAXYZ agenda on our men and women. Forcing interracial sexual access on our men and women. Forcing abortion on our men and women. While allowing illegals to give birth with our 14th Amendment. This is the way you ethnically cleanse the Negro and our justice claim. Let's keep going. Whew, child, the ghetto. Anybody that Joe Crow, says JV the Great, endorses should be a clear red flag. Not only that, she couldn't even manage the city of Atlanta. Breaking news, Joe Crow was lucid enough to endorse Keisha Lance Bottoms for governor. What is the title of tonight's broadcast? When Demonrats before a thing, we must be abjectly opposed. You cannot vote for Keisha Lance Bottoms for mayor, Atlanta. Now, y'all didn't listen to me when I told y'all not to vote for Raphael Gramel Warnock. Does that sound like a Negro to you? Does his name sound like a Negro to you? He is a tether. He is not a Negro. I keep telling y'all, identity and respectability parlay tricks must die for Negroes to flourish in the country of our ancestors. You have got to stop voting for people just because they share your skin tone. Black American Negro freedmen is an entire lineage here. And y'all keep showing up to the polls and voting this nonsense into power. And all they do is want to destiny swap. They want our position. They want us dead along with our justice claim. Let's go.
Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom. I've known her for a long time, and she's something special. As mayor of Atlanta, Keisha faced every challenge a leader could face. And then a global pandemic, a major cyber attack on the city system, economic uncertainty that tested every community across Georgia. But she handled it all with steady, thoughtful leadership. That's the definition of battle tested. Keisha's tenure as mayor of Atlanta left $180 million in the bank without raising property tax, gave historic pay raises to police and firefighters, created a child savings account for every kindergartner in Atlanta's public school system. That's a record to be proud of. And then she came to the White House and served as a senior advisor. And I'll tell you, those same qualities that made her a great mayor made her invaluable to our administration. Smart, focused, gets things done. Georgia, she's ready. She's been ready. Keisha Lance Bottom for governor. Now, I'm proud to be in her corner, just like she was in mine. So let's get this thing done.
This is a problem, y'all. When you see these demon rats come out and support it, this is the same thing that happened with Barack Obama, y'all. We should have known that Barack was not the guy for us, that he was not a Negro when Iowa stood up for Barack. We should not have voted for him when these demon rats put their support behind him. When Iowa turned out the vote for him, we should have run in the opposite direction, y'all. Myself included. He is Kenyan American, and you see at the top of the broadcast, he was never intended on doing a hot damn thing for the Negro. Keisha would be the worst thing to happen to Atlanta. Any demon rat is going to be the worst thing for the Negro nationwide. These demon rats are seeking to California the nation. You cannot allow them to win. You must get out here and vote against them. Am I sharing my screen? Because I sure intended to. Yeah, let me make that bigger for y'all. Stand by. Okay. Now, these are the C3 shares. These are the presidents of the largest two teachers' unions, Becky Pringle and Randy Weingarten. Both are Marxists. Both were paid over $500,000 a year. 99% of donations from their unions go to the demon rats. They're responsible for much of the destruction of public schools where our children have been set up and steeped into the preschool to prison pipeline so that they can accommodate their replacements. ESL has taken a priority of our children's education. They can't even read. They can't even write their names in cursive.
You are the community. You are the community to this president's chaos. And together we build a future of opportunity and justice for all. You are the community to this president's chaos. And together we build a future of opportunity and justice for all. You.
And that's all Negroes ever get. Political theater. Nothing tangible. Let's continue. Frustrating dealing with demon rats. We need to stop voting for them. They are the ones causing all the chaos in the country. Foundational Black Americans, listen up. Brutal. A young Black man just stood up at a city council meeting and absolutely torched failed demon rats to their faces. No script, no fear, just raw truth. This is what real courage looks like. Let's go. I'm proud of us. Yes, I am. Proud of us.
John Alante McCauley. I'm with a grassroots organization called Flip Philly Red. We're here to offer you something different because you've been voting Democrat for the mayor's office for the past 70 years. In regards to bill number 250330, or what's part of the Safe Healthy Homes Act, I would like to ask Philadelphia, are you tired of voting Democrat yet? This is what communism looks like. You work extremely hard to save your pennies, but buy some property and you can't dictate when you want to evict the tenant. Do you really own your property or not? But we know what Philly Democrat politicians love communism for, because they let Comrade Mayor Sherrell Parker raise the communist China flag in the birthplace of America. Tenants can already sue or simply move if it's a problem. But laws after laws scare away independent contractors and create more government-controlled housing. These laws breed entitlement, bad actors, not paying rent, waiting for court dates, squatting on somebody else's property just like Governor Josh Shapiro is doing right now to his neighbors. To the landlords of Philadelphia, when you raise the rents higher up front to cover eviction hassles, I'll understand it. How are you going to tell a small business owner what to do with their own property? How many bad tenants have we seen? Always playing loud music, fighting and harassing neighbors, running drugs out of properties, doing drugs in someone else's property. Are you a small business owner or a caretaker? Are there tenants or are they your children? If the Department of Licenses and Inspections isn't serving good acting tenants properly, then we don't need new laws. We need to restructure the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Over 45 million taxpayer dollars proposed for L&I in fiscal year 2026, and they can't return a phone call? Racist Democrat President LBJ said, I'm going to have these niggas voting Democrat for the next 200 years. But you can change that in November. Stacey Garrity for governor.
Excuse me.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Excuse me. Please don't use that language in these chambers. Have a wonderful day. Have a great.
Can you believe these ninjas sitting up here telling us how to speak from the lectern? The unmitigated gall of them. Let's continue. Let's continue, family. Woo, child, the ghetto. Lots more to share. So, this is Raphael Warnock, whom I believe to be a tether. Let's find out. I was talking about this with Arthur Ward earlier today. What is, hold on, y'all, Raphael Warnock's name? His middle name is Gamaliel. Raphael Gamaliel. Now, I just want to ask y'all a question. What Negro do you know? Have you ever met a Negro in all your days named Raphael Gamaliel Warnock? Put it in the chat. These are tethers, y'all, that Negroes keep voting for. Let's go. He wants to talk about how his father had to give up his bus seat. Now his son sits in a Senate seat. Y'all got to stop voting for this.
My dad was a World War II veteran, but the way he was treated when he returned here to Savannah will shock you. While riding a bus one day, he was forced to give up his seat to a teenager, even as he wore his soldier's uniform. There he was, serving the country, yet treated like a second-class citizen. But here's the beauty in the story. The man who had to give up his bus seat had a son who now sits in a Senate seat. America has always had a complicated story, and I carry both the brutality and the beauty of that story in my veins. That's why I won't stop fighting for America. In dark days like these, it can feel like we're only going backwards. But when I feel weary and worn out, I think about my dad. I think about his persistence. I think about his perseverance. I think about his faith. And I keep fighting because I believe in America. And I believe that better days are yet to come.
And so I wrote, as you walk over the homeless to enter Ebenezer. You recently had AOC at the Church of MLK cosplaying us. We must finish these people, y'all. I believe he's lying. I don't believe none of what he just said. I don't. Let's keep going. This is Kingdom Reacts, another brother with a great broadcast. Shout out to him.
And we're told that if we say anything, we're xenophobic.
Great question.
Tell me why.
Great
Tell
question.
us all why. I want to know.
I think it's wrong.
I gotta back that up.
I mean, it should.
By breaking. And once you bring the money into it, how do I say this? Now it's not just a feeling, it's a math.
Hey, you better wake up.
The immigrants can come into this country and get a stipend, link, a free room and board, free child care, and some of them are getting Social Security. And when my ancestors were released from slavery, they got the clothes on their back, but yet they were told to be happy. So why anyone in this country footing the bill for people who are non-Americans, who don't vote, who don't fight in any of our wars, who never paid a tax? And we're told that if we say anything, we're xenophobic.
Great question.
Tell me why.
Great
Tell
question.
us all why. I want to know.
I think it's wrong. I mean, it shouldn't happen, but this is a U.S. immigration system we have that is broken.
As migrants continue to arrive in Illinois, the state is planning to spend an additional $182 million in the next fiscal year on assistance, on top of the $648 million it has already spent.
Hey, you better wake up.
The immigrants can come.
Yeah, that right there is where the conversation changes, right? Because people can debate feelings all day. People can, you can do that. I'm just saying, but when you start talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, now folks start doing comparisons. Now it's, wait, we've been asking for help for years, yo. Like, and suddenly the budget opens up for illegals. Yeah, that's what a phrase you saw, reverse reparations, comes from. Now, y'all know I stand with reparations altogether, but let me go and tell y'all the caption real quick, because y'all may be like, what? The caption comes with sounds like reverse reparations for immigrants. But yeah, now whether somebody agrees with that or not, that's not even a point, right? The point is, people are starting to notice when the urgency shows up, where it shows up, and where it doesn't. And when that gap becomes so obvious, you can't smooth that over with slogans anymore. It's not how it works. But here's where it flips, because not everybody agrees this should be their fight in the first place.
How do you feel when black people say that ICE is not their fight?
Shit, I just be like, wow. But shit, it's like, I love my Mexican homies. And I love, all my Spanish homies and, everybody. And I feel like we in this together, no matter what.
We go through the same struggle, bro. Now, the black and brown, we unite a lot more often than what people say, but they love to divide us. They love as soon as
we don't have the same struggle, and there is no black and brown coalition. They only say this stuff when it's a matter of convenience, but if you check how they identify, it is as white. The struggle is not the same when our government is complicit in leveraging you, who willingly allows yourself to be leveraged against the Negro to keep us bottom caste. You are LULAC. Let's never forget. You have begged to be associated with whiteness. And now you're getting your wake-up call, and you want us to ally with you to save your racist asses? You got us ducked up. And this is what we have to vote against, y'all. Let's continue. Shout out to a righteous perspective.
Countries who built the country, now we get opportunities that all these foreigners would get. Say what you want to about Trump. I'm not saying he's not racist, but what he's doing positively affects me. Now the jobs that were going to illegal immigrants that they were working for pennies on the dollar, now it goes to a natural born, full-blooded American.
Now I'm gonna sit here and say this: president's not racist. But when you see the policies that are being implemented actually helping
the president is a racist.
Not just Black Americans, but all Americans across the country. The trucking industry has been just overrun by people that don't speak English, illegal immigrants. We've talked about the stories, right? We've talked about the amount of people that have CDLs that can't read the signs because they can't read English, don't speak English. We've talked about it. So when this brother can come out and say, I'm not saying that Trump is not racist, that's just to appease the folks that would probably come and get on his head for appreciating the fact that the president has decided to do something that is going to positively affect everybody. The trucking industry is on its way back for Americans, and I'm 100% with it.
She got exposed for being longtime Trump and MAGA supporter. It first started when someone saw that she had reposted a conspiracy video claiming that Michelle Obama was a man that voted in 1994. That repost feature on Instagram. It's since been unreposted, but it's still on the conspiracy page. People also noticed that she was following MAGA influencers, Joachim Pot.
I don't care about that story. I'm just trying to show y'all how we've got these demon rats on the ropes and what we need to keep them on the ropes. What we need to do is protest vote, not the couch, but get out here and vote against the demon rats.
This is a beautiful thing to see. The people of America are no longer taking empty lines and promises and slogans. I love it. We need answers.
Obama, we're calling on you and Michelle. You and Michelle, come and apologize to Chicago for doing this. You come and apologize to South Shore for moving all these people out, displacing all these people, having J.B. Pritzker steal our property. Obama, before you come and cut that ribbon on this ugly building. Come and apologize to South Side of Chicago, to Chicago, period. Period. People stood behind you, thinking that you was going to be about something, and you wasn't about nothing. You owe us an apology. We want an apology from Barack Obama.
That is the
we not leaving. We here all summer until he come. We here all summer until he come.
This is a beautiful thing to see. The people of America are no longer taking empty lines and promises and slogans. I love it.
Yep, Barack Obama. And that eyesore of a monument looks like, I don't even know, as bad as a prison. It is ugly. And it forced a lot of Negroes out of the community for them to build that eyesore. Stand by, y'all. We're almost done. So Jay says, this is a little bit of good news for us, y'all. This is a delineation update, family. It's going down. We almost there. They are giving these Africans and Caribbeans their own box. We will no longer have to host parasites that hate Black people. Okay. Shout out to Sister Sun Powell. I see her on the list. I love me some her. So let's take a look and see what he's showing us. This is another fight that we've been having. As if, why should we have to fight for delineation when all these other groups that tether onto everything that we've accomplished in this country are able to delineate? I'm glad you asked. Because flat black is a very easy way when you base blackness on skin tone. It is the easiest way to get rid of the Negro, to erase and replace us with melanated immigrants, and no one is the wiser. So let's see here. So they have Black, African American. Let me blow it up. It's going kind of fast, so let's pause it. So here we go. Which of the following best describes your race and ethnicity? Please select. So they've got African, i.e. Nigerian, Ethiopian, Ugandan, Afro-Caribbean, i.e. Jamaican, Haitian, Trinidadian, etc. And then Black African American. Okay, so that's a good thing in our fight. This is the way we set ourselves up to fight for everything we're owed based on our lineage, okay? So this is some type of 6 points. Hold on. Let's see here. Let me see if I can blow this up. I can't seem to blow that up, y'all. It's a call to action to put some respect on our names, where they're breaking us out. They are delineating from sub-Saharan Africans and Caribbeans because, as I've shared with you all on previous broadcasts, the immigrants generally come over here. The melanated immigrants that they allow into the country come from money. They usually come from descendants of slave owners. And then they're given all of our reparations, taxes, and protection. Well, not even protections, but taxes and Social Security, small business loans, all these things that they're given to, at least be slightly above us in terms of their median incomes. And they usually have nuclear families, the things that our government has sought to destroy that made us the wealthiest Blacks in the world. Okay, we are definitely wealthier than the Africans and the Caribbeans who are still in their respective homelands, with the exception of the people that steal from the countries, which is their governments. Okay, we are by far as a collective wealthier than most of these places. I don't know if you've ever gone outside the country, but you would be able to see firsthand that although they may be happier, they're definitely poorer than the Negro in this country. It makes you appreciate what your ancestors built with their very lives. When you go abroad and see how they're living, you will come to understand how richly blessed you truly are. Even though you're bottom caste, you've been made bottom caste in this country. Shout out to everybody in the fight for delineation. This is the way you set our community up to have resources come directly to us and not have to be divided amongst melanated immigrants who love to cosplay us, and they play both sides. They cosplay us for the come up, and they get in bed with whiteness to keep us oppressed and to keep us bottom caste in this country. That's what they're doing. That's why you can't give zero damns if they've been drawn out of their own districts and can no longer win elections. Let that ish go. Stand by. Chat, I'm coming, y'all. I know y'all like, girl. Yeah, well, I've been gone for a couple weeks. I got to catch up on some of the stuff that's been on my mind. So back to Jake. The Supreme Court, as I mentioned earlier, did not gut the Voting Rights Act. They ruled that race cannot be the primary factor when drawing congressional districts. Now, What's so ironic about their outrage over this is they showed zero outrage when the Asians and Ed Bloom and Ward Connolly, the coon Ward Connolly, got rid of affirmative action to cut the Negro out of everything that our ancestors fought and died for us to have an advantage in this country. No outrage over that. But they're losing their entire ish over the VRA because race in this instance can't be the primary factor when drawing congressional districts. It's okay that race has been weaponized against us to cut us out of affirmative action, civil rights, DEI. It's okay that those things be decimated due to race. Which, back to what I was saying earlier, the bottom line is when we successfully delineate, then we can corner off those benefits for us based on lineage, not skin tone. But do you see how selective their outrage is? Jake goes on to say, that's not voter suppression. That's stopping racial gerrymandering. Demonrats are only mad because they're losing a safe seat in Louisiana. The 15th Amendment is not under attack. No Obama wants Black voters scared and emotional so that we keep showing up in record numbers for Demonrats. That's manipulation, not leadership.
Victims of Americanism are waking up, and they're gaining a new political consciousness, becoming politically mature. And as they develop this political maturity, they're able to see the recent trends in these political elections. They see that the whites are so evenly divided that every time they vote, the race is so close, they have to go back and count the votes all over again. And which means that any block, any minority that has a block of votes that stick together is in a strategic position. Either way you go, that's who gets it. You're in a position to determine who go to the White House and who stay in the doghouse. You're the one who has that power. You can keep Johnson in Washington, D.C., or you can send him back to his Texas cotton patch. You're the one who sent Kennedy to Washington. You're the one who put the present Democratic administration in Washington, D.C. The whites were evenly divided. It was the fact that you threw 80% of votes behind the Democrats that put the Democrats in the White House.
The same is true to this very day. Our vote is the swing. These other groups' votes have always been split. Don't you ever let them try to convince you that A, your vote don't count, and B, you ain't the swing, because you are. Your vote determines the outcome for the Demonrats. I think they need 90% of us to turn out the vote for them in order to win. This is the only commodity you've got left. You are outmanned, you are outgunned, you are outmoneyed. But you still have the power of the swing vote. And you need to weaponize it. Don't gerrymander your only commodity by voting the couch. But if you don't have the backbone to vote third party or for a closed border Republican, which are few and far between, then sit it out and get out the way. I got over it the very first time I did it. I felt very relieved that I did it, that I was a part of the 28% that voted against the Demonrats the last election cycle. I was proud to be in that number. And I need at least half of us to do the same in the midterms, the next general, and so on and so forth until the Demonrats unass our Skrilla. They're going to have to pay us for our vote this time around. That's the only way they will ever get a vote from me ever again in life, is to directly deposit my reparations and my daughters into our accounts. And you need to have the same resolve. Let's continue to hear from Brother Malcolm.
When you see this, you can see that the Negro vote is the key factor. And despite the fact that you are in a position to be the determining factor, what do you get out of it? The Democrats have been in Washington, D.C. only because of the Negro vote. For years. And all other legislation they wanted to bring up, they brought it up and gotten it out of the way, and now they bring up you. And now they bring up you. You put them first and they put you last. Because you're a chump. A political chump. In Washington, D.C., in the House of Representatives, there are 257 who are Democrats. 177 are Republicans. In the Senate, there are 67 Democrats. Only 33 are Republicans. The party that you backed controls 2/3 of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and still they can't keep their promise to you because you're a chump. Anytime you throw your weight behind a political party that controls 2/3 of the government, and that party can't keep the promise that it made to you during election time, and you're dumb enough to walk around continuing to identify yourself with that party, you're not only a chump, but you're a chump.
Well, in that he and I agree. Okay, let's keep going, y'all. Now I'm going to develop this story a little later. I got a story coming called They Hate Us Because They Ain't Us. I do believe that will be coming next Sunday. I'm going to try when I can to come on Saturdays, but I can't promise that. But I am definitely going to try to get back with that one. They hate us because they ain't us. Yeah. This is just a little teaser because I love Drewski and what he's doing with his political satire. But this is what's going to happen if we don't protest vote again. It's going to continue to happen. Let me stand corrected. It will continue to happen. Our erasure and replacement and everything that we've built to make this country great, that our ancestors built to make this country great, even entertainment, they're giving it away. So this is a sneak peek about Drewski exposing how Hollywood is giving away Negro-centered roles to the to the African and Caribbeans who have been trained by the Brits. This is all economic. They don't want to pay the Negro talent. So what they'll pretend is that the British talent is far more superior than the Negro talent. They act as if a British trained actor can play Negro better than the Negro himself. Let's go. It's an abomination. And this is yet again a part of the boycott I'm calling for. When you see tethers starring as Negroes, you need to withdraw all support.
You promise you go with me? Rudy, stop talking like that. You ain't going to no big city. Mass ain't gonna let you. Yeah, I'm going with or without you.
Rudy, stop talking like that. Stop. Hey, what are you niggers doing over there? Get out of here. Hey, what are you doing? Run,
And cuts. Fantastic. I need more American slave. Okay.
Like struggle.
So, yeah, the struggle.
Sort of like the dialogue, like the back and forth banner.
Absolutely. Yes.
See, this row was sort of a bit cheeky.
I got a little bit out of my comfort zone, you know. During the filming of this role, I felt oppressed, like an American slave, like a lot of struggle. I studied the art.
A fantastic turnout on the red carpet tonight. I'm just arriving. We have Samson Dubois at the American Guild Awards.
Samson, you look great tonight. How hard was it for you to change your accent?
As a little boy from Manchester, I think, I struggled a bit with the dialect, right? But to really get into character for this quite astonishing role that I took on, to say the least.
You promise you go with me,
Rudy, stop talking like that. You ain't going to no big city.
So this is what I mean when I tell y'all, this is why the Demonrats and the Office of Management and Budget refuse to allow us to delineate, because it is their goal to ethnically cleanse us based on skin tone. This is why you see these tethers no longer identifying as the tether nations they migrate from. They call themselves African American. They call themselves Black American. Now, I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I'm building that particular live up for next week. And I've got some things to show you and to share with you that are going to mortify you in the same way it mortifies me. So I'm going to leave that there, but I did want to give you a sneak peek into what's coming. That's going to be epic. But this is what's going to happen when you continue to vote for the Demonrats. You are voting for these tethers to take over the NBA, to take over the NFL, to take over, I think they've already taken over baseball, to take over Hollywood, all of our pivotal legacy roles. This is what you are, in fact, voting for. Against your own interest to your own ethnic cleansing. Let's continue. Okay, so all-purpose hacks said the same thing. Don't Demonrats dilute Black voters by importing millions of illegal immigrants and trying to give them amnesty, which would give them voting rights? Absolutely. So the democracy docket says new. Trump's DOJ says it will target Black and Latino majority voting districts nationwide using the subcourt's recent ruling as its weapon. And so that's why Hawk Hinton, shout out to him, he brought up the same thing I've already mentioned in tonight's broadcast. The many ways in which the Demonrats dilute the Black vote, the Negro vote, that is. So I want to bring this to you from our baby Brooke out of New York. She's been fighting for reparations along with, oh my God, why can't the name come to me? Lord, because I'm a little tired, y'all. Forgive me. The name fails me right now. But this sister works hard. Is it American Freedmen out of New York? Is that the name of their org? Oh, the gentleman's name that she works with, his name starts with a D. It'll come to me, y'all. But she's talking about fraud China by way of Texas. Now, these are some of the H-1B fraudsters from China with 37 daycare centers. This all has to stop and the fraudsters deported. So what I want to share with you about, these are their freaking model minorities that they love to pretend as if they are smarter than the Negro. They have their families intact. They've got money. And, you know, they try to pretend like these immigrants are more model than the Negro. And yet, I have yet to find a Negro caught up in the level of fraud that is happening by these tethers, by these illegals, by these immigrants being allowed into the country. Let's listen to this.
Why do you have 37 H-1Bs
for daycare that's totally shut down. Hey, is your dad a member of the CCP?
I only can tell you everything is legal.
Is it legal to charge $20,000 for people to come in here and pay to play? We are outside of Allen Infant Care Center. Allen Infant Care used to actually be a place called Golden Acorn Academy. These two daycares actually are owned by a holdings company called Golden She Holdings LLC.
Now you saw what he was driving.
Have sponsored lifetime 37 H-1Bs. They have filled out 55 labor condition applications, according to USCIS. You wouldn't think that a daycare center would need market research analysts or supply chain analysts. By the way, they are still sponsoring H-1Bs in 2026, and I actually ended up running into someone who told me just how bad this one gets.
He sells visas. At no time did we need to have a business analyst earning $75,000 a year, a marketing specialist earning $50,000 a year. But I know that he has sponsored people with visas, and then he gets them to work for him for next to nothing. None of these people come from poor homes. I mean, these are people who can pay him 20 grand for their visa. Someone's paying their rent, paying their car payments, and all of that stuff. Because when they're working here, they're not earning enough to make rent. The arrangement is made in China. These are families of means, and they're using him to live. So once they get here, he either puts them to work for cheap, or they set about trying to find work where someone will genuinely sponsor them. These young, it is mostly girls who don't seem to like the boys club as much because he probably can't manipulate them. Yeah. The only reason I know that he sells them, for sure, is because I have a cousin who wanted to come out and work here, and I had mentioned that, and he said, well, he can pay me $20,000 and I'll sponsor him. Absolutely not. Of course. So that's the government. Getting his money from somewhere, and I think he's getting it from his dad. His dad's going to his dad's higher than him.
We figured, let's come here, let the owner speak for himself, and see what we can find out.
Yes. None of this level of fraud that you've seen from the politicians in Congress and the Congressional Black Caucus to the Somalis, now the Asians, this stuff is going on more often than they're admitting. This is allowed by them. And this is why you should be as invested as I am in the protest vote, because it's imploding and backfiring. This is harming the white folks now. They're at odds. They're at war with one another. While we are out here doing the Merck challenge. Okay, I got some of that to show y'all in the very end, just as a little treat for rolling with your sister at this godforsaken hour. But yeah, so you don't see Negroes ever being called out for the level of fraud, the level of crimes, the level of murder that these glacier donkeys have allowed into the country. These people are a threat to national security. Negroes are not caught up. We would never be allowed to get away with this level of fraud ever. And so what is happening, the very grave these glacier donkeys dug for the Negro is the one they're now resting in. And the way we keep them at war with one another is to protest vote against the Demonrats. I see y'all, family. I'm coming. I promise. I'm not going to run out of steam till I get to y'all stuff. Okay? Black America is under attack. Let's hear what he's got to say about it.
Attacks on nonprofit funding with the whole DEI. There is something so insidious happening right now to the Black community, and most white people literally have no idea it's even happening. The Black community is under attack right now at a level we haven't seen probably since the Civil Rights era. You know, with the Supreme Court gutting the voting today, you've got the purge of Black federal workers, attacks on nonprofit funding with the whole DEI boogeyman. You've got attacks on the social safety net. Overt racism is on the rise across the board, and they're tired, y'all. They are exhausted by this onslaught, and it's self-proclaimed white Christians leading the charge against them on all of these fronts. So if you are a white Christian and you are not deceived by Trump, we need to rally together around our Black brothers and sisters right now. We need to form a wall around them, and we need to say no more. No more, because this isn't right, and we cannot stand by and do nothing as they are getting absolutely pummeled like Reconstruction just ended or something.
Well, you know, I disagree with him in part because the bottom line is these things don't hurt us. Okay? These things don't hurt us. These things hurt them. You know how Whoopi Goldberg sat up in The Color Purple and she pointed them bony fingers at Mister and said, everything you've done to me has already been done to you? I have felt the most relaxed during this time with Trump in charge of the country because they're imploding. They're getting their wigger wake-up call. Not us. We line dancing. We outside. We having a good time. I'm not stressing over this nonsense. And I trust you not either. But if it's anybody's fight to have, it's the white folks, but they need to fight the right fight. The right fight is the economic fight. The right fight is for our reparations. But they won't take to the streets for anything like that. They don't want us to really be relieved. They don't want, because what real relief looks like is somebody trading places. None of them want to. The illegals don't want to. The immigrants, which they all are, don't want to. So there's that. Let's keep going. Jake goes on to say, the Supreme Court didn't set Black Americans back. We've gotten nothing from Demonrats for decades. They just use our 90% loyalty to gerrymandered districts and power while flooding the country with immigrants who get the resources our communities desperately need. This changes nothing for us. And this is all the scare tactics from whom I believe Raphael Gamaliel Warnock is a whole tether in that name alone.
Decision coupled with the continued erosion.
I just cannot. Okay, so they want to keep these scare tactics going to keep the sheeple walking to the polls, sheep walking to the polls to vote for their own ethnic cleansing and an upending to our justice claim. Don't fall for it, and tell your people not to fall for it either. Let's keep going. Hold on. I like that one framing. Where's that at? There it is. I like that one better. Okay, let's go. Forgive that noise outside, y'all. My door is open because it gets hot in here. Hold on one second. Yeah. This is another idiot. This is a type of sellout snake. This is an angry FBA ninja. This is a type of sellout snake we need to run out of our communities. He will lie and sell out his own damn family for the crumbs his liberal handlers throw at him. This is Justin Pearson, y'all. This is, hold on one second. Defend District 9. Take action now. District 9, Trump just said that he and Bill Lee want to eliminate our representation in Congress. District 9 is the only Demonratic and only Black majority congressional district in Tennessee. I say let it fold. I don't believe these people are us anyway. I don't. Let's keep going. Let's hear what this fool has to say.
Hey everybody, is Representative Justin J. Pearson and U.S. congressional candidate from Memphis, Tennessee. Just a couple of hours ago, the President of the United States sent out a tweet about taking away our congressional representation in District 9. We have to call it what it is. This is a racist attack and assault on our democracy and an attempt to silence the voices of a majority Black district in the state of Tennessee. And this is not new, whether it be the gutting of Section 5 and pre-clearance in Shelby County v. Holder, taking away affirmative action, to now the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2, which would have allowed for us to go to the courts to ask for some remedies when racist maps are being proposed by state legislatures. We know what this is. And now, more than ever, we have to unify. We need to make sure that our district has and maintains its representation in District 9. It is the only Democratic district and is the only majority Black district. All the other districts are majority white. It is the only majority Black district in our state. And we know all across the country. So here's what we're going to do about it. This Saturday, we're changing the canvas. It is going to be a Defend District 9 canvas. And I want to see you there at 10 o'clock in the morning. We're also going to have a May Day rally tomorrow at 5 p.m. at Alonzo Weaver Park. And I'm going to be one of the speakers there because we know civil rights and social justice are intertwined. And if we do not work together and collaboratively, we'll never see the future that we need to deserve together. The last thing, I need you to donate. Go to votejustinj.com and support our campaign. And it isn't just about sending me to the United States Congress. It's about making sure we have the infrastructure to fight back against these racist attacks to silence the voices of Black communities. That's what this is, point blank and period. Now is not the time to sugarcoat. Now is not the time to play it safe. We need to stand up, we need to speak up, and we need to be together in our fight to preserve District 9 and to defend District 9. So please join us. God bless you, and thank you so much. I'll be in touch with you soon.
And what have they done exactly for the Negroes in District 9? What have they done for the Negro nationwide? What has having people that share in the same skin color as us done to advance the Negro off the bottom of this Titanic? Absolutely nothing. This is why you don't have to fear the redistricting and putting these people on the unemployment lines. This is good for the Negro. Since we can't have our own caucus, this is a way to decimate the one in place that is simply taxing us without representing us. Let's keep going. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. So, yet more reasons to vote against the Demonrats. Stand by. This is Sabby Sabs. We're only going to listen to part 1 of what she's got to share because I've shared with you all in previous broadcasts about how Skamala and Janet Yellen took our Freedmen Bank Forum, excluded us from the forum for the whole 4 years she was in power as VP and Janet Yellen as Treasury Secretary. They literally weaponized our Freedmen Bank Forum against us to uplift all the other groups while keeping us outside and told the Mexicans not to let us in because we were coming in there to disrupt what they were doing in the name of the Freedmen Bank Forum. So I like the way Sabby Sabs kind of does a little Cliff Note version of what went down. She's sweet as peaches. Let's go.
You see, apparently, Kamala Harris decided to add other groups to the Freedmen Bank. For those who are not aware, I'll break this down very quickly. She's going to explain this a little bit as well. The Freedmen Bank, it was created for freedmen. Those who are free were freed from slavery. Those who are ADOS and like their descendants, obviously American descendants of slavery. That's what the Freedmen's Bank was created for. There's a reason why it's freedmen and not Black People Bank, right? So apparently last year, she decided to collaborate with the U.S. Department of Treasury and make changes to the Freedmen's Bank. Don't have to believe me. Here's her speech here, and then I'm going to show you the text to highlight some of the changes that have been made. And I think if you are freedmen, I think you're not going to be happy about this if you didn't know about it. Here we go.
So Freedmen's Savings Bank was founded by the United States Congress in 1865. It was a bank unlike any other our nation had known. Freedmen's Bank was established to serve Black Americans newly freed from slavery.
So notice once again, she tells you exactly what the bank was established for. So here is Kamala Harris openly admitting she knows who this bank was for. Let's go on.
To help them build wealth and to build a better future. At Freedmen's, to open a savings account, you just needed 5 cents, which, as I've calculated, is about $1 today. In the years after its founding, tens of thousands of Black families opened an account at Freedmen's. They saved up to buy a farm, to build a home, to open a business. Even school children saved their pocket money to deposit it in this institution. And then 9 years later, after the bank first opened its doors, because of an economic downturn and because of the organized assault on the project of Reconstruction, Freedmen's Bank was forced to close. Over 60,000 people lost their savings. Now, Freedmen's Bank was guided by a vision. The vision of an economy that works for all Americans and includes all Americans.
Let me pause. So you see what she's doing? Notice how includes all Americans. So this is something I do want to point out. A lot of times people bring up Black Wall Street, the burnings of Black Wall Streets. There are several different Black Wall Streets at that time. But a lot of times people bring that up as another example when freedmen lost their wealth in this country. But that's not the only example. This is another example here, the Freedmen's Bank, where all those people lost their wealth. So just keep that in mind.
Hold on, guys. Were you all able to hear that? Love my folks. Thank you, fam. She says Sabi Sabs is working for communists. She's a leftist, which is another code for Marxists. They specialize in instigating or what they call agitating. Currently, she's agitating Black issues. Well, I get exactly what you're saying. Love my folks. Okay, thank you, Apollo Barack. I appreciate you, fam. I appreciate what you've got to say, love my folks, about Sabi Sabs, but I listen to a lot of content from all kinds of people that when they're saying something that helps me to expose the Demonrats, I'm really in it for that. You all can always take a listen and see what you can gander from it. I know that Sabi Sabs is married to a white man, to my understanding. And so I don't expect people that lay down with Brad to really be about that Negro life. No different than when these brothers are out here laying down with Ling Ling, Maria, and Becky. I don't really believe that you can truly fight in the true interests of the Negro unless you're dealing with Negroes. I just don't. I don't think that you can really have the heart to do that full-chested. But anyway, I digress. That's a subject for another day where I'm going to be discussing Negro love, marriage, and babies as the real revolution. So, y'all, on occasion, you will hear me cite people from even Fox. I mean, I'm bringing all kinds of different things that I'm seeing out here to make my point. And the point of tonight's broadcast is to show you that my protest voter strategy is winning. I believe it's winning even greater than 16% because I really don't know who they're polling to get to 16%. But I know from just the people I engage with how fed up the Negro is for the intentional neglect of the Demonrats towards the Negro and are prepared to do something about it. We will see if they can back that up when it comes to the midterm. But I hear you, fam, and I feel what you're saying, but I do want to stress that I utilize everything I can to make certain points. And what I wanted to do was show you all the Louis Pasteur piece. I tried to do it on my computer. At the same time, these people blowing these horns at this godforsaken hour are really on my nerve. If that happens again, y'all, I'll excuse myself to close the door. But anyway, back to the point I'm trying to make is that the protest voter strategy is getting traction. And I'm just here to show you why we need to stay on that train and to show you the myriad of Blacks throughout the country, Negroes throughout the country that are on board and are fed up as well. So thank you for your comment. I'll be over to read the rest momentarily. But yeah, I definitely want to show you Louis Pasteur on one of my previous broadcasts, but I have to find it. That's the challenge I'm having. Or bedbug and be for your people. That's what's up, Night Rider. You can't. That's how I believe. Honestly, I believe that a lot of people are grifting off of our never-ending Holocaust while sleeping white tether. I just got into an all-out war with one of the members of the ADOS movement who want to argue me down as if these Negroes, male and female alike, are entitled to our repair. Now, he's in the ADOS movement and says this is what Yvette Carnell supports. Well, you guys know that Yvette is in my rearview mirror. I don't fool with her. I fault her for having us sheep walking to the polls, I think it was in 2020, to vote for Demonrats down the ticket. Now, to me, that's no difference in voting. When you don't explain down ballot voting, then folks, when you say vote Demonrat down the ticket, that means folks went out here and voted Joe Crow. Wait, was he running in 2020 or was that Crooked Hillary? Lord, I'm so tired I could take off running. No, Crooked Hillary was 2016. Yeah. Okay. No, I think, was it 2016? I think it was 2016 when Crooked Hillary was running against Trump that Yvette was telling the people that listened to her to get out here and vote Demonrat down ballot. Okay, now she meant to vote for all the Demonrats with the exception of Crooked Hillary, okay? That to me was the worst advice she could have gotten behind. So I don't listen to what she's got to say about these tethers being owed our reparations. Her whole fight, apparently, according to this guy that I got into a heated exchange with, of which I will share the whole exchange with y'all on the broadcast I intend to do, called Negro Love, Marriage, and Babies is the Real Revolution. But just to give you a Cliff Note version, he basically was saying that Yvette's fight for reparations, all you need is to show that you've got claim to one Negro in your line to collect reparations. I disagree. The reparations I'm fighting for is not just for slavery, but for Jim Crow and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives. But in addition to that, I'm very clear that when you decide to lay with immigrants and illegals and procreate with them, you water down your justice claim. You are not entitled to 100% of what I'm owed as the daughter of Negro parents. You are not entitled to 100% of what my daughter is owed because she's got Negro parents. If you laying down and procreating with Becky, Ling Ling, and Maria, you've got access to whiteness, as does your children, that Negroes aren't afforded. So if your dumbass, Jamie Foxx, wants to lay down with 3 glacier donkeys, and then they marry glacier donkeys, by the time they have kids, they will have whitened up the Negro. You don't, for example, let me share. Jamie Foxx has set up here, and he is on his 3rd Becky that he's procreating with. Now, one of his daughters, Corinne, married a white man. Now, she's biracial. So what I'm trying to help you understand is Jamie Foxx would get 100% of his reparations born to Negro parents on both sides. He laid with a whole Becky. That means his daughter, Becky, wouldn't get a hot damn thing. Let's be clear. But his daughter would get 50%. Unlike me, I'd get 100%. And because my daughter has a Negro dad, and I'm Negro, she'd get 100%. Now, because his daughter married a white man, she would only get half. He wouldn't get shite. And them babies born of a biracial mama and a white daddy, theirs would be reduced to 25% of whatever repair was owed. Now, when them biracial and white babies decide to marry white and have babies, they're at 0. Because they will have effectively procreated outside the Negro line and have all the advantage that whiteness can afford them 100%. They will have whitened that line, so Jamie don't matter worth a damn concerning his grandkids. Or would that be his great-grandkids? She get 50, her kids would get 25. Those are his grandkids. His great-grandkids to marry white, it's a wrap. So he want to argue me down about how Yvette is for all of them getting it. That I ain't fighting for that. So anyway, I lost my entire point. But, it's to what Knight Rider was saying. You're exactly correct. When you betray the line and you go against God who told you not to marry these foreigners, then you water down your justice claim. That is it. That is all. And you ain't got to have no emotion in that. It just is what a freak it is, okay? According to the reparationist perspective. I don't believe in the one-drop rule that the white man made up. That's not what I'm on. I'm on Negro on both sides of your parentage, and your reparations should be doled out accordingly and be reduced accordingly if you haven't lived 100% of this struggle. If you marry Winifred and procreate with Becky, Ling Ling, and Maria, no. Your biracial or BIPOC kids ain't gonna get 100% of nothing that my daughter would be owed. And that's it, and that's all to that. Let's keep going. I love this video because this Becky gets these white identifying immigrants all the way together. Hold on, y'all. This is Phil's. I couldn't find the actual footage by itself. Hold on, y'all. I got to fast forward this to her. But yeah, I don't know if y'all see it that way. Y'all can tell me what y'all think in the chat. But I love the way this white chick gets these white identifying immigrants all the way together and let them know we can't stand your ass neither. Okay, let's go. I love this. Stand by.
Am I going to have to make to tell you if you don't look like me, but you think because you're not black, it's not going to happen to you? It's going to happen to you. And the irony is your proximity to whiteness is never going to save you. And the call is always going to come from inside the house. Let's not forget that just a week and a half ago, they found a 19-year-old Latino boy outside of a police department in Washington, D.C. We will never like you. We will never accept you. We will use you. We will abuse you. And then we will toss you aside. She's a dead woman walking. If she'll get drunk and get on Instagram on somebody else's page and talk like this, do you imagine what she says within the police department with other officers? So now they're thinking if she'll yap, she'll yap. So we need to worry about that. We'll never protect you. We'll never choose you. And you are not safe with us.
Well, that was a word, wasn't it? And I'm glad this let me give it a hand clap to this white lady. Shout out to this white lady because
well, basically, that was that racist piece of shite that was disparaging and talking against Negroes in Houston. And this is another point I need to make. For those who think just because you see majority black people where you are currently, don't mean you ain't being erased and replaced too. You got a whole tether running the HPD, which is who hired her. I'm sure of it. And so this racist piece of trash was able to actually verbalize her racist hate and spewing all type of things that she more than likely has done harmful to blacks in Houston because of her loathing, black people. This is whom they have allowed in power over the HPD. This is who is fighting to get back her job at the HPD. And if they don't hire her, they will find a place for her in Texas, guaranteed. But please, niggard Negroes in the South, please stop acting like you're comfortable and absolved of being erased and replaced, just like California. It's already happening in Houston. Anytime you've got one of them that leads your HPD, and this woman who shared on live video because she felt she could get away with it and not suffer no consequences nor repercussions, was more than likely hired by the very tether that runs your police department. Let me help you with something after having lived it here in Little Mexico, formerly California. When you look up and see fewer of you, it's already too late. Just ask Chicago. Just ask North Carolina. Happening in Atlanta as well. But when you look up and see fewer of you, you have lost the war. And we are losing the war all over the country because niggard Negroes continue to either vote the couch, which is far less niggard than continuing to vote blue no matter damn who, over a protest vote to put the demon rat down like the rabid demon rat it is. So it's happening. This nation is becoming California in a way that I told y'all. I know that the people that ride with me, my co-hosts in the chat, we're on the same square, okay? We do what has to get done. It would shock me if 98% of them didn't do a protest vote. But I mean, okay, like I said, if you don't have the stomach to vote third party or to vote for a repugnant clan, at least sit your ass on the couch and get out the way. I would prefer that over you getting in the way. But please believe that what has happened to us in California is happening through the country, whether you see it or not. And when you no longer see it, when you no longer see your people in control of places like the HPD or fire, you are on the precipice of losing the war. And I'm trying to save your fool ass. Anyway, let's keep going. Stand by, y'all. I got a few more to show, and then I'm going to get to your comments. Do the declare and decree and pray us out. Hold on. Let me load these up. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. And if you feel so compelled, bless the broadcast at Cash App $TRPTV, okay? Thank you in advance. Okay. I got a few more that I got to open. I implore your patience while we get through these last few slides, and then we'll come to your comments. Thank y'all for rolling with your sister. I really appreciate y'all more than I have the words to convey. Thank you. I'm tired too, but I had to get this up and out. It's just, the news cycle just keeps going and going and going, and I just fall farther behind when I don't come to y'all live like I'm supposed to. Okay, here we go. I think I got my last few slides up. Okay, just a second, y'all. Thank you. Okay, this is these coons down in Georgia. I don't think they're, no, Tennessee. I don't know where this one's at. But these people look like tethers to me. So please, I remember, identity and respectability politics must die for Negroes to flourish in the country of our ancestors. Continue to give zero damns about the VRA. This gets rid of these kind of bootlicks that ain't doing nothing for Negroes, no how. Next. Stand by. I'm going to try to blaze through these last few. So Friday Jones, shout out to her, Nasd, a big fighter in the reparations fight down here in California. Until American freedmen have a weighted voting mechanism in a society where dominant culture has voting power of 7-1 based on population and math, this is performative. Freedmen Agency and Restoration of Freedmen Bank is what she's calling for. So once again in Montgomery, to make good trouble, according to Robin Kelly, right now our voting rights are being threatened, blah, blah. It's all up to us to protect our democracy and ensure Black voices are heard all across the country. Look at this bull.
Because we're answering the call to action.
Stand by. Just understand, family, if we had voting power, we would not, well, we have voting power. We've got the right to protest, vote. But if we had any political power, we wouldn't be on the bottom of this Titanic. As these people here sell you the soap.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Robin Kelly from the class of 2012. And also joining me from the class of 2012 are Congresswoman Joyce Bailey, class of 2012.
Congresswoman Catherine Clark, class of 2013, but adopted by the class of 2012.
And we are here because we're answering the call to action in Montgomery, Alabama. And I'm here because representation matters. And we cannot take away representation, particularly from the Black population all over.
Y'all done nothing for us. It doesn't matter if you're on the bread lines.
The South. And I'm here to help show the American people that we're not afraid to fight. What are we fighting for? We're fighting for justice. We're fighting against voter suppression. And it's so important to remind them that injustices anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So today, we take a step.
I'm done with that. Let's keep going. They ain't talking about nothing. They ain't talking about nothing. They just continue to recycle nonsense to make you think that they're actually going to do something for you when they don't give a damn. I heard they already moving Latino in Louisiana. Their mayor is Latino down there. That's when you know you've lost the war. Anyway, I'll get to you, Apollo Barack. Thank you. Let's keep going. I got just a couple more. So this is that idiot, Justin Pearson in 2016 versus 2026. This is when you realize it's all political theater.
Justin J. Pearson, and I'm running for president of BSG. There are a few reasons that we're running this campaign this year. One has to do with representation. How can we represent all voices in a conversation? I wanted to do this by partnering with organizations from the Boone Democrats to the Boone Republicans. I want to bring together different voices, dissenting voices, voices that may be more liberal or more conservative, in order that we can reach a point of sort of the radical middle.
Here, you've had 3 strike laws, mass incarceration, denied us of who we are, and we are still here. And today, you'll take the only majority Black district from us. But I want you to know, and I want my nephew, sons, and the future to know, no matter what you do, no matter how much you try and break us and make us bend and make us quit, we will still be here.
Justin J. Pearson, and I'm running for president of BSG. There are a few.
So I guess he thought he dropped the mic on that note. Not. Political theater. Nothing tangible. That's all they've got for the Negro. It is just utterly disgusting, and I'm fed up. Let's go. Watson speaking. Shout out to her. I love her. She's been a guest to the broadcast, and I constantly share the things that she shares in my feed and tags me in. This is what waking up looks like, is what she says. This is what the gentleman was referring to at that city council meeting when the woman says, as if him saying the ninja word is more egregious than the fact that the Negro is on the chopping block for ethnic cleansing. Fake outrage. But let's just see what she shared with me. This is Lyndon B. Johnson. I'll have those ninjas voting Demonrat for the next 200 years. Well, I'm here to tell you, cracker with 3 Ks, trick no good. Because it's only been, 60 years and we've awakened. 65, maybe 70. Hold on, y'all. Let's watch this nonsense. The coons and the tethers that are put in place to keep the Negroes sheepwalking to the vote to vote for their own and replacement. All of them paid by the Demonratic Party to keep the Negroes on the bottom of this Titanic called America with 3 K's. Let's continue. Almost there, y'all. I want to show you more Justin Pearson theatrics. Just a second, y'all. Let me share my screen. He continues to make a fool of himself. Look at this political theater. This is what they want you to come and show up and vote for. Y'all should be fed up with this kind of nonsense, for real. This is just utterly disgusting and diabolical. Hold on, y'all. I think that's it for now. Let's get to your comments. Let me play a little music in the background. Just so I can get through this. Cause y'all been busy. Just a second, y'all. Y'all been busy. Hold on, family. Let me see here. Let's go. Okay, let me get a little music to keep me pushing through. All right. Is that all right? Hold on, y'all.
So what we really need to do...
Hold on. All right, let's go. All right, I'm just going to read the pertinent ones, y'all, so I can get y'all into bed and I can get myself to bed, okay? All right, now, let's go. Oh, thank you, NWP. My daughter If you missed the top of the broadcast, I was sharing about why I could not come to you when I initially scheduled to a couple of weeks ago. I was coming to you the weekend before Mother's Day, and that Sunday prior to Mother's Day, my daughter was in a major accident. And she and 3 of her girlfriends came out of that crash like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I mean, it was a miracle. So thank you, MWP, for being on the live and inquiring about my daughter. You know, we're both still healing from the trauma of it all. But she is safe and sound back here in California. Thank you so much. Root Tracker says, thank the MH and righteous ancestors protecting your daughter and her friends. Absolutely. Thank you, family. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Knight Rider. Ain't TMH great, the Most High great, watching over his chosen people. You better know it, family. Like I said, I'm a believer, but I got my belief, went into overdrive when I saw her once I landed off that red eye. I couldn't wait to get to her, and I just love her so much. And God has a purpose on her life, and God knew I was not ready. So there you have that. Let's keep going. That's right, Knight Rider. The Demonrats continue to deceive the simple Negroes, and that's why it's imperative for those of us that have got political education to expose what's going on, to find more revolutionaries in this fight that are willing to engage and do what needs to be done. Brewski, I see you, fam. What's up, Pinky Wells? Protest, vote, register independent, and on the ballot, no check, no vote. That's right, fam. That's what we own. We are voting against the Demonrats. That is the charge. For their intentional neglect and economically genocidal plans for the Negro freedmen. I see you, Ursa Mahan Worlds 5726. Congresswoman Jayapal is already saying illegals will get reparations if Demonrats get a majority. Absolutely, fam. That's who they're fighting for. And truth be told, I like what either someone said or it was exposed in one of my shares, that what they're giving the illegals currently is a reverse kind of reparations. Aren't they, in fact, getting reparations when we're being denied? And they are getting free medical and free food stamps and free cash aid and free job fairs and free vehicles and free licenses. I mean, just being given free housing, given an American way of life. Okay? That is reparations. I mean, even our own people don't get it the way they get it. Came in like locusts, and our people still don't get it. Well, Pinky Wells, many of them are waking up, family. Many are waking up. We have to keep going. Demonrats haven't got my vote these past 25 plus years. Darling, I'll be glad when I can say the same. I'm with you, though. They're using freedmen to stay in office, says Ursa, to give illegals amnesty. Yes, that's what they're doing. They want us to sheepwalk to the polls to our own ethnic cleansing and to upend our justice claim. Correct. Brewski says to Pinky Wells, wherever our folks are eating good, there's apathy. Oh yeah, they want us to struggle, baby. They don't want us to have nothing come easy in this country. And it's from both sides of the aisle. Please trust and believe, family. The Republican clans have become the gas chamber. The Demonrats, when they opened the borders to 25 million unvetted, unvaxxed illegals, they became the guillotine to the Negro. Okay? So please know that this protest vote is just simply against the Demonrats. It ain't like we gonna get anything from the Republican clans. Don't expect nothing from the Republican clans. If they give you a hot damn thing, just be pleasantly surprised. But this is about punishing the Demonrats, whom the Negro has been most loyal to. Okay? Hold on, y'all. Just a second. That other on my phone, it sounds like a transistor radio. That was getting on my nerves. Okay, let's get back. Ursa says, just 2 weeks ago, the Demonrats were shutting down the government to reform and defund ICE. Yes, yes, Ursa. You're absolutely correct, fam. Rude Tracker says, y'all need to fly over here into Cali and vote. Spencer Pratt, y'all, for mayor. And I think Steve Hilton is who Trump endorsed for governor. We must defeat the Dems. And if they gonna let folks vote illegally, y'all come on through. Brewski says, rats crashing out, demon rats crashing out for Julio, Umbali, and Maria. Insanity. Y'all got more nicknames than me. I love it, baby. Yeah, we gotta stay light up in here. Hold on, y'all. I'm scrolling. Oh, where is Ursula? Hold on, baby. But they want us to come out and vote 95% for them for a nothing burger. Yes, they do. They want you to vote for your erasure and replacement. That's what they want. And upending your justice claim. This is our punishment, y'all, for demanding delineation and reparations. But lean in. The Demonrats could have strengthened the Voting Rights Act under Joe Crow. He was asked to do it. He did it. Because they don't give a damn about it. It only affects the South. Like the rest of them are pretty much protected because, you know, they pretty much have legislated us out. They have brought in so many illegals into our community specifically, and they're allowing them to vote, okay, without amnesty. Telling us it's illegal to ask for our ID. Stay away from those celebrations. Which celebrations are you referring to, love? That's sponsored by the Demonrats. Oh, the celebrations, the Juneteenth celebrations. Thank you, Pinky. Yes, y'all must stay away from anything where you see tethers have a hand in it. I'm going to bring you probably next Sunday. They hate us because they ain't us. Lee, who was working with tendernism, who was colonized by the glacier donkey, who used him for his comeuppance, and now he's on the way down. Keith Lee is actually doing a Black American Negro Freedmen Food Festival down there in Louisiana to replace those tethers who have taken over the Essence Fest, okay? I'll try to bring you the dates on next week's broadcast. But yeah, we got to patronize each other or cook it at home. We've got to stop supporting them in our lead roles in the whole 9 yards, just like I mentioned in the context of tonight's broadcast. We must stop it. Stop the madness. Starve them out of existence in the U.S. Wow, starting the Juneteenth BS already. Yes, sir. We need to have our own private celebrations. Yes, we do. They don't even need, do them privately until we can get organized enough. You see, because let me help you. These cities in the states are giving these pennies this money to put on our Juneteenth festivals. That's how much these Demonrats hate and disrespect us. They're financing our replacement at our own Juneteenth, akin to how they put LGBTQ month in the same month as Juneteenth. Just disrespect on top of disrespect. Yes, Pinky, we don't give them the votes, but enough of our Negroes do give them the vote. That's what I've been saying for 20 years. And keep speaking, baby, because it's working. I know at times it don't feel like it's working, but it is. And you know our people will show up. Well, annually, this has been going on since Joe Crow. So if we continue to lean in and get the word out about boycotting, then it will take traction. But we must stay diligent in our fight to sway the vote and to boycott all tether businesses and only do business with Negroes, or do it for yourself at your house. Pan-Africans are so-called Americans. Well, what you know about Pan-Africanism is that the Negroes in this country are the only ones practicing it. Why? Because their pockets are getting lined by the Demonrats to undermine the real Negro reparations. They know good and well that they can't get reparations based on race. Okay? They know good well that that can't happen like that, and that's why we're pushing for delineation, which the OMB and our government oppose. Okay? They oppose it because the goal is to ethnically cleanse us based on skin tone. They want to erase and replace us with moneyed, nuclear family, melanated tethers. That's the goal. Okay? And so, in all honesty, the only people that have ever practiced Pan-Africanism has been the niggard Negro. But we've awakened, and we're not allowing the panties to control anything concerning the contemporary grassroots reparations movement. We're exposing them. LA County, stay home. Juneteenth. Absolutely, you must. I'm at the point, says Pinky, I don't want our people voting. They won't vote on policy. I understand, Pinky, and you're getting your wish pretty much. I mean, I just can't ascribe to it. Because it's a protest vote against the Demonrats. If we don't vote against them, the way they are allowing illegals to vote, the way these immigrants are voting, the way set with Trump, that could mean that without the Negro weaponizing our vote in protest, that these other groups could actually deliver the Demonrats. And we're doomed if that happens. Our vote is now our missile. So I get why you don't want them voting, but we can't afford to sit it out. Not given the aforementioned. Are our people brain dead? No, fam. They just don't know any better. You don't know till you know. Like that's the real challenge with a lot of this. And that's why I keep coming as often as I can. And there's so many other new Black media that are exposing the Demonrats. And we just have to continue to lean in. No matter the shadow bans, no matter the demonetization, we must continue to lean in and educate. AOC is a vile New York City tether. Oh, she's vile. And Raphael Warnock is somewhere in my archives. Raphael Warnock literally allowed her into Ebenezer, where she did that Skamala thing and started taking on our dialect. It's diabolical. I'll bring it to you when I can find it. Oh, we got another Nirvana up in here. What's up, Nirvana? Tyler, TX. FBAs can't even get reparations. How they got Dems doing nothing? Wait, FBAs can't even get reparations. How they got Dems doing anything? Well, the Demonrats aren't doing anything concerning the Negro. Okay, that's what I'm here fighting. I've never seen you, Nirvana Tyler, Texas. Welcome to the live. But this is what I'm fighting for: a protest vote against the Demonrats. That's what this broadcast is about. That's when several of my broadcasts have been on. Just a protest vote against the Demonrats in the same way they want us to protest vote against Trump. That's what I'm pushing. Deport the East Indian woman. Says Night Rider. You are hilarious. Okay, what's up, Christopher Creer, 4747. American Indians, we have the force of law behind us and our birthright in front of us. We have the key and the lock. With all due respect, FBA is not the proper key and will not open the law for us. Well, Christopher Creer, thank you for your contribution. Let me see, you keep going. These tethers are foreign diplomatic service agents co-opting our cultural artifacts and heritage in order to steal our birthrights. Nefarious at the least and diabolical in its nature and intent. Very true, very true. To your first point, fam, American Indians, well, I think we're all saying the same thing. We all bleed chattel slavery. I have mentioned on several occasions that the majority of us did not come over here on slave ships. The majority of us were already here. Okay, I have said this several times, and that is pretty much what the Foundation of Black Americans is intimating, okay, is that we were here before Columbus, and these glacier donkeys made nice. Well, we made nice with them and showed them a few things, and the next thing you know, we were being enslaved. So I agree with you in part, but at this stage of delineation, I think even in just having FBA and ADOS and BANF and all these different groups fighting for our delineation, that it is worthwhile, even though the only area where we have any real political agency is in the fact that freedmen is constitutional, and I do believe Negro is too. But freedmen, to my understanding, it's our political status. So yeah, FBA, ADOS, BANF, you can't really leverage the Constitution in that way because that's not how we are identified. But one of the many ways that you know that they've changed our history on us several times to avoid giving us land and cash is the number of times our identifiers have changed. There's no other group in this country who have been recognized in as many identifiers as we are referenced as, okay? So this is how you know that there's a lot of merit to what you're saying here as American Indian, if you will. We're indigenous here, okay? So the majority of the slaves were dropped off in the Caribbean, Brazil. They didn't come on slave ships in those same numbers to North America. And there's lies upon lies to deceive us and to keep our real identity away from us. But we're waking up and we've got so many resources in the computer spaces to really research between our families and the computer, we can get to the truth. And many of us have been exposed to that truth. And it's a beautiful thing to see us waking up. Aboriginal, says Christopher, we are the only Aboriginal American Indian diplomats on this land. Everyone else bumping are foreign diplomatic service agents operating at the behest of a hostile foreign power and entity. Well, I tend to agree with you. Bring back jobs, says Venting the Truth 777. Bring jobs back to Los Angeles. These Mexicans are gatekeeping and not hiring Black people. Very true. Venting the Truth. It's not that they're not just hiring us. It's not that they're not just not hiring us, but it's also, if we're on those jobs, they are doing all type of racist things to drive us from the job. They are creating lies to get us terminated, to bring in their own people on these jobs. These are all the ways in which California legislates the Negro out of California as they California the rest of the country. This is the blueprint. We are the prototype. And without six-figure incomes, it's very, very difficult for Negroes to flourish in California by design. When the Aboriginal American Indians individually and collectively engage in the land and resource reclamation process, the corporation will be drained of our resources and can't sustain wars nor conflicts. Christopher, won't they just create more money like they tend to do? Tethers, Brewski says, fighting federal domestic security. They want our country to look like the ish homelands they came from so they can feel at home. Well, our government is allowing it at every branch. At every branch, Brewski. It's diabolical. Hi, Gwen XOXO. I see you, beloved. Welcome to the live. Diplomatics, the science of diplomas or of ancient writings and documents, the art of judging ancient charters, public documents, diplomas, etc., and discriminating the true from the false. Black's Law. Thank you for your share, Christopher, in here. Schooling. Blacks are codified in the U.S. legal system as being outside of the law of the land or outlaws because it doesn't delude it to nation state for protection. Blacks are legally arranged sitting ducks. Yeah. I had something to add to that, but it left me. Demonrats sounds silly. Trump is whipping them in every area. I don't know about that, Venting the Truth. To tell you the truth, I'm not a Trump fan like that. I'm for deportation, closed borders, and for decimating the Demonrats for every election cycle until they unass our Skrilla. That's where I'm at on that. I think both parties suck for the Negro. Yeah. I mean, it's a good thing to see our brothers able to get some work in construction. I tend to not really give a damn about all Americans getting access to jobs. I'm looking to the most aggrieved and the longest aggrieved, and that would be the Negro freedmen. That's my only concern on this channel. And so when I think in terms of Trump, he's not done that much to move the needle concerning Negroes being able to get gainful employment, making an American wage, and being able to flourish. He's not contributing in any real way to that. So yes, while I'll admit that his deportation closed borders have garnered some success for a handful of our men, I don't know the numbers to really quantify how much it's truly helped our men to get gainful employment, which is what is needed to love, marry, and procreate with a Negro woman. So you don't get no credit from me. Black is a curse or course put on our people to lead us outside of the law or outlaws when we are non-executing diplomats being led like sheep to slaughter under the term Black. Well, like I said, I do believe that changing our identifiers from mulatto to colored to Black to African American. Wait, Negro was after colored, I think. I mean, we have so many identifiers. It is just out of control. And so, you know, in the strength of the ways that they've renamed how we identify, they're hiding our true history and our true importance to this land. 50 years, 2 generations to undo 4 centuries of our ancestors' work. Oh yeah. No, the ink didn't dry good on the Civil Rights Bill before they were already in motion to replace us. The Great Replacement started in 65 on the heels of the Civil Rights Act being signed into law. So, yeah, this has been going on for a while, family. Knight Rider, another foreigner who shouldn't be eligible to hold public. Yes. I believe that tethers should not be able to hold political office, but like I said, you're dealing with a government that was willing to cost the country $24 trillion to deny the Negro based on their hatred and racism of us. So you can't put it past any government that's willing to allow racism to cost them in the trillions to really give a damn about the Negro. And so allowing the foreigners into power has a boomerang effect because these foreigners are interested in getting things exclusively for their groups. They're very tribal in nature. We're the only ones that are shamed for being tribal when we learned it from all of them. So I, like you, believe that they should not be allowed to hold public office. But see, that really serves the powers that be, the powers that shouldn't be, to keep everyone fighting amongst each other on this level leaves them free to rob and pillage the storehouse unimpeded. So the wealthy, top 10% really don't give a damn about how this hurts anyone, not even their own. If you aren't in that number of the wealthy in this country, they give zero damns what it's cost you. But that's the boomerang effect happening to white and white adjacent people in this country right now. That's a beautiful thing to see and to behold. And I say, let that implosion continue. Because I can guarantee you, when this itch falls like Rome, the Negro will be the only one standing. Because the blood is on the door and the blood is on us. We are the chosen. So you've just got to be willing to allow that to happen and cast your protest vote accordingly. They strategically plant themselves into our government. They're allowed to. This is who our government, the Demonrats in particular, this is who they put the money behind. They didn't put the money behind Crash Out Crockett. They put it behind Tellerico. I know you picking up what I'm putting down. If our people were lazy, these foreigners wouldn't have an America to flee to. Come on, Pinky. Speak truth to power. Some simple Negroes voting against their own interests. Yep. Let's keep going. Knight Rider shares, The Simpsons, Mr. Burns is saying a whole bunch of nothing. Absolutely, family. Keisha Bottom Broad is back. Yeah, well, prayerfully, the Negroes in the South will listen to me. I've been sounding the alarm for years now, and they continue to vote against their own interests. And my whole goal is to ensure they don't become California. But if they refuse to get the political education and sit it out, vote the couch, she could very well get in there. I mean, you're dealing with, isn't this a chick that didn't prosecute those race soldiers who shot that brother dead coming out that Wendy's? He had fallen asleep in the Wendy's drive-thru. Forgive me, I can't think on his name right now. But I do believe she dropped the ball and them race soldiers walked after murdering that brother. You can't have these times. Don't they have a whole cop city down in Atlanta that they're building that the people could not stop? You can't let these Demonrats run it. But they refuse to vote the way I tell them to. So I can only speak to those who want to be spoken to. I didn't vote for a boomer and told my people he wasn't us. Baby, I wish I had not. I did so for 2 terms and I regret it. Truly regret it. Even went to the first inauguration. Brewski says, what's up with the Demonrats and their retreads? Knight Rider, they push everything that's evil, wicked, vile, and abominable. No lies, detective family. Barry Sotoro, alias Barack Hussein Obama, should be arrested for the fraud because he wasn't eligible to hold the office of the presidency. I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, when I've seen the nefarious ways the Demonrats move, that feels very much like the truth. Well, I know Knight Rider, he said that he was more Republican than he was Demonrat. And I've shared with y'all several times that a bunch of these Demonrats are just Repugnaclans in Demonrat clothing. Crooked Killary was a Goldwater girl, and Joe Crow was Strom Thurmond's boy. Okay? Warnock is a dead ringer for a Panamanian. I know. He's a tether. He ran off Marcel Dixon when he was asked about reparations. Oh, yes. I remember that. Brewski, I remember. Show did. I believe he's a tether with that name especially. The system isn't broken. The Biden-Harris regime unleashed all those illegal foreign criminal invaders upon us. By design, it was definitely intentional. Those are our small POC, smallpox blankets, family. Yes, they are. We have no friends, Dr. John Henrik Clark. Yes. Every American president was a racist. No lies detected to this very day. My Spanish homies, he got Ladina in his bed. These goofy Negroes. Brewski is so true. I once voted Obama, then I've been voting couch. Fooled me on ice. Fooled me once. No more. I'm learning. I'm so glad, Brewski. Yeah, if you don't have anybody to vote for, sit it out. Okay? Sit it out. Or don't even sit it out, Brewski. Go vote for a third party. They're never going to win, but at least they will see. Oh my goodness, Brewski voted third party this time around. He got his ass up off the couch. Yeah, they can't win. Go do that if you ain't got no closed border candidates to vote for. They come here to benefit off the heavy lifting of Black Americans. They want our place, y'all. This is called destiny swapping. Only Mexicans are allowed to bring their poverty with them to our country. Brewski, you ain't never lied, but that's because they can mark the box white based on skin tone, and they don't mind being used. Our biggest concern is when they get their numbers up. They'll pretend to be your friend until they get their numbers up. Once they get their numbers up, they're going to firebomb you and do all manner of things to drive you from your communities. They'll take those communities over, and the Demonrats will allow all of it. So yeah, they come over here impoverished because they know that the Demonrats are going to give away our reparations, taxes, and Social Security. They're real clear about how that works. Right, Knight Rider. They are sitting up here gaslighting Negroes, acting as if our vote is now under threat because of the redistricting. Trick no good. They continue to hold Black Americans hostage through those seats. Yes, indeed, which is why we must allow it to fall. And we must go out here and vote against them. They don't deserve those seats. They're not working for Negroes. Hi, Primal Rage TV. Thank you for joining the live. We have nobody to vote for. Exactly. Vote third party. The whole goal here is a protest vote. This is not about having anybody to vote for, because you're right, we don't. But what we must do is defeat the Demonrats getting any control and power. That's the goal of my protest voter strategy. Till times get better for the Negro freedmen. Yes, it does, and they know this. They unleash those illegal foreign criminal invaders into our country to replace us. Absolutely. Malcolm sounds like he's talking about today's Demonrats. Ain't nothing new under the sun. Brewski, you heard it. Okay. But Trump is trying to put a stop to it through mass deportations. Well, I do know that Trump is trying to put a stop to it. I just don't know how aggressively he's seeking to do that. What I know is that he wants the poorer ones out of the country. He wants them off the government rolls. But Trump is very much for importing the wealthier ones. So you can't give him 100% credit for that. Because when you import the wealthier ones and you put them in white collar positions, they're the same racists that are on the lower end of the spectrum when it comes to salaries. You have to understand, overstand, and understand that this is impacting us from the orange groves all the way up and through the executive branches of the public and private sectors. When you come to understand that, you will come to understand that both parties suck for the Negro, and that the goal is to find deportation closed border candidates and to declare your independence from both parties and to vote your interest. That's what you've got to do. Yes, direct deposit in the same way they managed to find the trillions to enrich all of America when it came to the pandemic that they created. Direct deposit. And for those of us that don't have direct deposit, set up someplace where they can come and get their checks. Love my folks. People need to get off of that couch for their local elections. That's your school district, mayor, city council, water district. Black Americans need to be very involved in local politics. Exactly, love my folks. Tethers were real triggered over that Drewski expose skit. Yes, Brewski, I can't wait to bring it to you in next week's segment where I'm going to fully flesh it out. The whole live is going to be dedicated to the title. They hate us because they ain't us. Yeah. That's going to be a good one. Drewski ain't us either. He's Ethiopian or part Ethiopian. His name is Drew Dawid Desboraz. Dawid is an Ethiopian name for David. Wow, love my folks. Thanks for schooling me. I didn't know. Well, he's been spot on when it came to Erica Kirk and spot on when it comes to exposing these Brits. These Africans and Caribbeans who are trained trained by the British to come up in here and obfuscate our roles. I'm going to show you that video in full. But like I said, to me, at least in some of his body of work, love my folks, he is showing himself to be an ally. And he's getting paid all the way to the bank with some of his political satire. I think it's rich and epic and very ingenious. So I will use it if it means it's going to serve us to be able to preserve our lineage and our talent getting the roles. As you see with the Michael movie. Okay? When Jafar played his uncle Michael, look at the money. The movie is still making money. Now, had they put a tether in that role, that would have been one that we should have set it out. Whenever they are putting these tethers into our iconic roles, trust and believe we're not able to capitalize on their roles. That's why they're over here. They have all but admitted it. They come here to get paid in a way that, British arts isn't paying them. But that comes at the expense of our talent. They want our talent to accept these nominal rates. And when they refuse to, they don't work. Even if they were to accept, they can't continue to do that. That's what Monique was fighting against. If you pay me crumbs and I accept, I'm setting the stage for all the talent that comes behind me to accept crumbs. We are the foundation of America, and we are its moral compass. Thank you, Chill. Oh, Lord. I can't read your name, baby. Chill JH2E. I think that's what it said. Or continue to vote independent by at least 50% of FBA population until our demands are granted. Anti-Black hate crime bill for our protection first. Second, FBA reparations, cash form payments, lawsuits. Well, baby, I believe that it kind of all has to happen at the same time. When you're giving lineage-based cash repair, if you don't have an anti-Black hate crime bill in place, we'll be driven out of the country. And so I've been all over the Caribbean, and I'm here to tell you, as many problems as we have, there's no place like this country. No. I don't want to be driven out of this country. So I kind of like your order. Yes, we need those protections in place, especially for when we get our reparations. And let me be crystal clear. You got nothing coming unless you protest, vote against the Demonrats for several election cycles until they're begging us to cut our checks. Right now, the Demonrats are losing money. They are hemorrhaging money because of Doge, cutting off access to these NGOs where they were simply laundering the money back into the Demonratic Party. That's how they were able to amass millions for the Demonrats. Skamala blew through $2 billion. That is money being laundered through these NGOs and these foreign interests that never really benefit from those funds. It's being laundered back into the Democratic Party. So, please understand what I'm telling you. We don't get any of what you just listed until we're willing to make this country fall, especially the Demonrats. They will never do right by us until we punish them and that they know that it's us who's punishing them. They know now, but they don't know like they go know. Okay, let's go. Yes, the immigrants have taken over baseball. Make sure that Wicked Dignity Act does not pass. Ooh, child, you are so right about that. What's up, Tyson Franklin? Welcome to the live. I see you, Miss Tiffany 2050. Welcome to the live. Yeah, that was a Mercedes, some type of platinum Mercedes that Chinese man got into after participating in the fraud daycare centers. No different than Ilhan Omar, who's now in hiding since being exposed, lying all over the place about some type of accounting error that showed her earning millions, and now she's down to what, zero after being exposed? Hi, Jocelyn Street. I see you, fam. Thank you for joining the live. That's right. We can't even get an anti-Black hate crime bill because it's an antithesis to what the intent is. It's diametrically opposed is the word I'm looking for to what the real intent is, which is to ethnically cleanse the line in our justice claim. Now, we're brothers and sisters. Okay, where have you been all these years? Like I said, these tethers play both sides of the aisle. They're Black and African American when it serves them, and they get in bed with the colonizer when it serves them. They ain't loyal. Common sense is coming back. Come on, Knight Rider. I'm jumping, y'all. It's late. Yes, remember that movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy? This is the goal of the tether with the Negro vote, is to destiny swap. Let's not allow it to happen. Don't go for the okie doke. Primal Rage TV says, we have less voting power in those districts that are majority minority populated. Yeah, well, we've got to weaponize what we've got. Yes, you talk about Raphael Warnock is dangerous to our community. I absolutely agree. They definitely have infiltrated our neighborhoods and companies. Yes, they have. They've been allowed to, though, family. Remember, our government is complicit. Our fight is not them. Our fight is our government. That's why you must weaponize your vote and socialize your suffering. From 60% voting power to 15%. These clowns, says Jocelyn's, want our support without giving us any tangible nor policy whatsoever. Absolutely, fam. That is because, Jocelyn, they've been able to get our vote without tangibles nor policies. And this is where we've got to break the cycle. It's on those of us that have political acumen to make this happen with the protest vote and show them we mean business. Otherwise, we got nothing coming. That has to be a wig on his head. He's so cringy. She's talking about Justice. Love My Folks is talking about Justin Pearson. I don't believe these people are us. What's Afro Man from and doing about the wild chuds running buck wild through the hood? Come on, Brewski. They ain't doing nothing. It's all political theater. Absolutely nothing. All Negro districts are still poor and dilapidated. 100% facts. Freedman Bank, Comrade Kamala Harris should have never been VP and is ineligible for the office of the presidency. Knight Rider, like all things Demon Rat, they backdoored her. She could have never won. She had to literally drop out of the primaries of that same term because she was like fourth in California and running out of money. Yeah, they backdoor her in to do exactly what she's doing. Double down on the nothingness of Obama. And even before she hit the campaign trail, she was talking about not doing anything specific for the Negro. Sorry, y'all, just a second. Jocelyn says they're giving out small business loans like candy to the immigrants, and they put their businesses right in the Black communities. And this is why I'm stressing we must boycott. Do not spend money with them. If you can't find it locally, find it online with a Black-owned business. Yes, she is. I agree. I like Sabby. So according to Skamala, the tether, the freemen lost their savings. Exactly, Brewski. It was stolen by our government. They asked Frederick Douglass to take it over. And I think he put in about 10 grand, but naturally couldn't sustain the bank as intended. These glacier donkeys robbed and pillaged the Negro of those resources, and she had the unmitigated gall to hold a Freedman Bank forum for the tethers while ensuring that the Mexicans stopped, the Latinos stopped us at the door. We couldn't come into our own Freedman Bank forum. They wanted to give away our reparations in private. Thank you, love my folks. I totally get it. I just want the audience to know what Sabby Sab's agenda is, because lately she's been trying to pretend to care about the Black plight, but she's working for them. And I sure appreciate the heads up, darling. I sure do. Thank you. It's a conflict of interest. Absolutely, family. Okay, y'all, I'm getting sleepy. So what I'm going to do is continue to play the music after I close it out and flash your the rest of your comments, okay? I sure appreciate y'all. Uh-oh, I got to flash this one. Yvette Carnell is a progressive. She suggested down ballot Demon Rat because the progressives want to completely take over the Demonratic Party. Well, that means she used the Negro to our own erasure and replacement. So there's that. Okay, let's do our declare and decree and pray us out. Then I'm going to share a couple of fun videos, and then I will come back to this music and continue to flash the most pertinent comments. We're at 12:45, almost 1 in the morning. I've been going since 9 p.m. And so have y'all, and for that I am eternally grateful. Thank you. Let me find my declare and decree. Hold on, y'all. Lord have mercy. Just a second. I declare and decree. Wait. Pump the brakes. I always get sleepy and forget this. I forget the moral of the broadcast. The moral of the broadcast, family, is defeating the Demonrats. We must defeat them at every turn for several election cycles. When you continue to always do what you've always done, you will always get what you've always got. The line is on the line. Don't fall for the political theater. Stand on your square. If you can't vote Repugnant Klan, vote independent. But please get off the couch. We need all hands on deck. Like Love My Folks said, locally it matters the most because this is what is taking over locally to our ethnic cleansing and upending our justice claim. This is the backlash of the Democratic Party, founders of the KKK, for us demanding reparations, an anti-Black hate crime bill, and an end to qualified immunity. This is their way of punishing us. And so recognize what it is, but recognize they declared war and have been declaring war on the Negro freedmen. It is time for us to return the missile in Obama-style numbers. We cannot miss the generals. We cannot miss the local politics that's going on. We can't miss a general. The whole line is relying on us, especially our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren, and so on and so forth. They need us to do the right thing. Change your party affiliation to independent or non-affiliate. I haven't really researched that one. Somebody brought that up on another live. I don't know if it has any, I don't think it has any impact on the way I've got to move when it comes to primaries down here. Which means I've got to declare the party that I'm voting for. I got to literally be a Repugnant Klan just to vote in those primaries. That's how California rigs it. When you're an independent, they make you declare a party. So, we have a huge undertaking at hand. I want you to make this video go viral. The stakes are high. We are out of time. Weaponize your vote, family, so that we can continue to socialize our suffering. Let's go. I declare and decree that the highest form of righteous judgment is served over all corrupt beings of the government, the Demonrats, the Repugnant Clans, the judicial system, including the police officers, CPS, Child Protective Services, judges, attorneys, FBI agents, the CIA, and all personnel working for the U.S. corporation with 3 Ks with wicked intentions. All hidden corruption and agendas are now destroyed forevermore in spirit and in flesh, in sleep and in awakened states across all timelines, realms, and dimensions, known and unknown. The light of God surrounds us. The love of God enfolds us. The power of God protects us, and the presence of God watches over us. Wherever Black, American, Negro, freedmen, and our allies are, God truly is, because, family, you are the face of God. Yes, you are the voice of God. You are the body temple of the Spirit of the living God. Until we meet again next weekend, prayerfully, I want you to make it a beautiful, God-inspired rest of your morning and work week. And until we meet again, family, I'm believing for each and every one of us a ton of peace, love, reparations, deportations, delineation, y'all. Thank you so very, very much for joining me live here. I love you more than words can convey. Thank you. Stay tuned for the outro, a couple of funnies, and then back to your comments until we're complete.
Oatmeal, no sugar. Oatmeal, no ate noodles, no pay. Cereal with the can, with the powder, milk, no milk. Waffles, no syrup. Jelly, no jelly. Nothing. Oatmeal, no sugar. Oatmeal, no ate noodles, no pay. Cereal with the can, with the powder, milk, no milk. Waffles, no syrup. Jelly, no jelly. Nothing. Oatmeal. Cereal with the can, with the powder, milk, no milk. Waffles, no syrup. Jelly, no jelly. Nothing. Oatmeal, no sugar. Oatmeal, no I ate noodles, no pay. Cereal with the can, with the no milk. Waffles, no syrup. no pay. I ate noodles, no pay. Cereal with the can, with the powder, no waffles, no syrup, jelly, no jelly, nothing. Oatmeal, no sugar. Oatmeal, no sugar. I ate noodles, no pay. Cereal with the can, with the powder, no waffles, no syrup, jelly, no jelly, nothing. Oatmeal, no sugar. Oatmeal, no sugar. I ate noodles, no pay. Nothing. I ate cereal with the can, with the powder. I ate noodles, no pay. Cereal with the can, with the powder, no waffles, no syrup, jelly, no jelly, nothing. Oatmeal, no sugar. Oatmeal, no sugar, nothing. I ate cereal with the can, with the powder. I ate noodles, no pay. Cereal with the can, with the powder, no waffles, no syrup, jelly, no jelly, nothing. Oatmeal, no sugar. Oatmeal, no sugar.